track. Moving on the right track and we can't turn back.
you easy run the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, just letting you know that we're getting ready to begin. In just about 5 minutes, we will start the official proceedings. Did I say good morning? Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to begin, inviting you to take your seats at this time. I tell you about photographers. Excellent at what they do, and they know they rule the events. Morning. Mr. Dave Cliff, Chief Executive Officer, Global Road Safety Partnership. Dr. Lucian Jones, Chairman of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition and Vice Chairman of the National Road Safety Council. Madame Claudine Allen, General Manager for the JN Foundation. Aggie Krasnaluka, Program Director, FIA Foundation. Representatives of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, members of the Diplomatic Corps, international partners, regional delegates, members of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, stakeholders from the public sector, civil society, and academia, motorcycle associations, road safety advocates, community leaders, media representatives in the room and online, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen all, good morning. I am Paula Ann Porter-Jones, and I'm a member of Jamaica's National Helmet Wearing Coalition, and it is my pleasure to be your host through our proceedings for today and tomorrow. And it is our Heads Up Regional Think Tank, which is a part of our larger efforts to get certified helmets on heads and to save lives. Our program today will have a mix of information, education, yes, a little bit of entertainment as we move through. But before we get anywhere, I would like to ask the chairman of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition to come forward and bring the official welcome, to provide us with a prayer for guidance, and also to bring opening remarks. Can we welcome him as he comes to the microphone, please? Dr. Lucian Jones.
May I invite everybody to stand for a moment as we remember all those who have lost their lives on the roads in Jamaica and across the world since the year has begun. Just remember the families and those who are left behind and still grieving. So many. Thank you very much. Please be seated. It's our custom here in Jamaica to start our proceedings with a prayer. So for those who are so mindful, for a moment we'll say a short prayer. The eternal God is our refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And so, Lord, you who are our refuge, we put this meeting and this conference and these considerations and discussions into your very safe hands as we act on behalf of those who are helpless and injured and dying and dead. that we may indeed, at the end of this all, have a better region and a better world. In Christ's name we pray. Amen. You know, when you have a device, you need to set it up very early, lest it give you trouble when you start. Apologies for the late start. Again, welcome you all on behalf of the Jamaican team and for those who are coming from Europe and elsewhere on behalf of the region. Let me begin by observing, again, all protocols, and to mention, first of all, our esteemed host, Mrs. Paula Ann Porter Jones, a member of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, but most importantly, and I say this with authority, a world-famous broadcaster who works at a radio station in Jamaica, and not only known for her broadcasting skills, but she's an ardent volleyball supporter, and so is her daughter, a well-known volleyball player. That's my phone. So thank you very much, Paula, for bringing star quality to this occasion. We want to welcome also Mrs. Donnery Muirhead, Technical Assistant to the Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport. Unfortunately, the Minister will be here, so he's very ably represented by Ms. Muirhead, and we look forward to her bringing greetings from the Minister and directions. I want to also mention Mr. Dave Cliff from the Global Road Safety Partnership. Unfortunately, he missed his flight, so he'll be coming later, but we want to just make sure to mention him at the very beginning and hope that he comes and be with us shortly. We also want to mention at this point Ms. Claudine Allen, General Manager of Jane Foundation. And by now you all know that the National Road Safety Council, which I represent, is in partnership with Jane Foundation. And we are very grateful for the kind of expertise and encouragement and resources, significant resources, which Jane Foundation has brought to bear in this effort. Thank you very much, Paula, for helping to pronounce Aggie's name. Miss Agnesa Krasnoluka, who's the program director from FIA Foundation, and the driving force. Please give her a big hand, the driving force behind and in front and beside of all that we do. Everybody knows about FIA, and it's wonderful work done across the world. ACP Gary McKenzie, Dr. McKenzie, I don't know if Gary is here as yet, head of P-STEP, and the other representatives from the JSAF, Diplomatic Corps, our international partners. I must mention our partner from El Salvador, because they beat us 1-0 in the Gold Cup recently, after having beaten them 3-0. So I hope next time we'll get the upper hand. And I just spoke to the El Salvador rep, who's right here. And of course, those from Mexico who are here, they're going to host the World Cup. Jamaica is a football country now, so I'm not even going to ask you, excuse me. We're a football mad country. We don't play very well, but we're a football mad country. But we don't play as well as other countries, but we do try our thing. Other members from the region who are here with us, members of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, those from government, civil society, academia, motorcycle associations. Go to see Marlon Fletcher here. If you can ever access on the web his speech given at the Grenell Fund Expo recently, fantastic speech, Marlon. Want to big him up. Members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, And to those of you joining us virtually, a very warm welcome. It's a great honor to stand before you at the start of the Heads Up Regional Helmet Safety Think Tank, a gathering which is not only timely, it's also necessary. And I think it's appropriate for many reasons, including the fact that the London-based FIA Foundation is here with us and doing such wonderful work as a global philanthropy. I think it's appropriate for us gathered here in Kingston, Jamaica on this day to start opening ceremony with a quote in context from a famous British poet, John Donne. A line that is etched in the minds and hearts of so many thinking people in the world, and perhaps even more so at this time in world history. No man is an island, entire of himself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Interestingly, Donne, who was a religious man, is quite likely the reason for a kind of follow-up to his famous line, which a gospel artist has put to good use in this popular song, which goes like this: no man is an island, no man stands alone. Each man's joy is joy to me, each man's grief is my own. We need one another, so I will defend each man as my brother, each man as my friend. And so as we kick off the regional think tank with participants drawn from 10 countries, from the Americas and the Caribbean, and from various international institutions, we should all bear in mind that we need each other. We need each other in the Caribbean. We need each other in Central and in Latin America. We need each other in Europe and as far away as in Geneva, the headquarters of WHO. We need to remember that there's strength in numbers, that there's wisdom to be gained from shared experiences, and that together, as Michael Jackson once sang many years ago, we can make this world a better place. A better place to live and to do business and to raise children, a stated goal of the Jamaican society. We are gathered here to think regionally and to act locally, because of the scourge of road fatalities and injuries is affecting the national development of our collective nations. And cumulatively, along with the rising tide of road safety issues in developing countries in particular, challenging the United Nations mandate to achieve sustainable development goals worldwide. But even though we have come from near and afar, because of the reality of road fatalities and injuries and their threat to our GDP and cost to the health sector, we shall aim to be laser focused on our theme, Heads Up Regional Think Tank. Laser focused on how to get certified helmets on the heads of our motorcyclists every time they drive on a motorcycle. Every single time, regardless of how short is the intended travel time. Laser focused on driving down the number of fatalities suffered by unprotected motorcyclists. To date, 50 motorcyclists have died on our nation's roads, out of a total of 177. And laser focus on driving down the extent and amount of injuries that motorcyclists suffer. Together we are here to confront one of the most pressing road safety challenges in the Latin American and Caribbean, the high rate of motorcycle fatalities and the urgent need to promote certified helmet use. In Jamaica, more than 30% of all road deaths this year were motorcycle related. According to PAHO, motorcyclists now account for 21% of global traffic deaths. But you also know that the use of certified helmets reduces the risk of death by over 6 times and cuts the risk of serious brain injury by up to 74%. The case for action is clear. So Heads Up is not just a meeting, it's a regional call to action. This think tank is part of a broader initiative led by the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, implemented by the JN Foundation in collaboration with the National Road Safety Council and supported by our generous partner, the FIA Foundation. Together, we have spent the past year forming partnerships, consulting with communities, speaking with motorcyclists, and building the case for change. And what we have found is that despite strong commitment from many sectors, there remain several key gaps that must be addressed if you are to improve helmet safety outcomes across the region. These include gaps in the enforcement and operationalization of existing helmet laws, the prevalence of uncertified helmets in our markets, the absence of helmet testing facilities, which increases our vulnerability to substandard and counterfeit imports, insufficient research into the social, cultural, and behavioral factors that influence helmet use, and the need for more inclusive safety policies, especially for vulnerable groups like children and those with special learning needs. Now, none of this is meant to point fingers, and I'm certainly not pointing fingers at the government or private sector, but these are shared challenges, and today is about finding shared solutions. That is the power of this forum. More than 10 countries are represented here, bringing together policy leaders, law enforcement officials, medical professionals, youth advocates, educators, manufacturers, and of course, motorcyclists themselves. So we do so under the theme ACT. A, advocate boldly for standardization and testing. C, collaborate regionally for greater impact. And T, transform lives through safe helmet use policies. When we advocate together, when we collaborate deeply, and when we commit to transformation, not just in words but in actions, we can build safer roads, stronger laws, and healthier communities. We have seen that this is possible in countries like Vietnam and Colombia. Strong legislation, sustained enforcement, and public education have transformed helmet use norms. In Kenya, enforcement has resulted in high helmet wearing compliance, and that country has now turned its attention to testing to ensure the helmets are safe. And I believe we can reciprocate that success in this region if we act together. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank FIA Foundation, the JN Foundation, and all our road safety partners, and all members of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition. Your dedication, your vision, and your hard work are what made this convening possible. I must also thank the planning team. Sidoni Preddy, Sidoni, you here? Stand up. Big up to Sidoni. Omar Wright, I call him Omar Sharif, but it's another story. Fiona Myrin and Janelle Walker. Thank them all for their coordination of this event. To everyone participating, whether in this room or online, thank you for being part of this important journey. I encourage you to listen, to share, to learn, and to connect. The road ahead requires all of us, because every certified helmet worn is another life saved. Every life saved is another step towards safer, stronger, and more resilient communities. Let us move forward together. Welcome once again to Heads Up. Let us act. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jones. I thought Dr. Jones would mention that I'm a motorcyclist. Ladies and gentlemen, in 20 years with the JN Group and is integrally involved in our program and our project. But before that, let's take a look at the problem as it exists in Jamaica. So we are on standby for a video. And apparently, Murphy is also on the list of invited guests with us today. So while we negotiate with him, we're going to move across and bring that lady to the lectern. Help me welcome, please, the General Manager for the JN Foundation, Madame Claudine Allen.
Heads. To get safe helmets on heads, safe helmets on heads, on every ride, be the ride 5 minutes long or 5 hours long. And that teeny bit of information is a nugget we unearthed when we did our baseline research to start this project. That many motorcycle drivers who may have helmets choose not to wear them because they're going around the corner, down the road, or it's not pretty enough. It is not attractive enough, or it's hot, or they want to be seen, right? Or the hair. There's so many cultural factors that remain invisible that influence the decision to stay safe. And this effort here is a program to address some of those issues and to complement that effort with change in regulation, with action to ensure access to helmets that are safe and certified, with action to establish testing facilities. So when we receive a helmet, when we purchase a helmet, regardless of what the labels say, there is more confidence that it is indeed authentic to the standard that it is declaring compliance to. And so JN Foundation has been working with, as Dr. Jones mentioned, the National Road Safety Council, the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Health, hopefully, to address these issues. We have ahead of us what is an immense task, but one that is not insurmountable, because we have Caribbean neighbors who share our experiences and have been experiencing success in some of the initiatives to put in standards, to get compliance, and of course, to augment enforcement, because that is also a part of the puzzle that we need to address. Mexico is in the room. Hi, Felix. And Mexico, Felix will be a part of the panels later on, and their experience with the coalition, the ratios are alarmingly similar. About 30-something% of the fatalities, motorcycle fatalities. Global statistics, 21, 24, again, alarming. But the one thing that keeps me up at night, frankly, the fact that Latin America and the Caribbean leads fatalities relating to motorcycle crashes among men who are in some of their most productive years. This is now an economic issue. And if our economies are already struggling, this invisible burden is a growing priority for all of us. So we hope that over the next 2 days, as we delve into these issues of culture, issues of regulation, enforcement, and so on, we'll be able to identify solutions that will take us closer to zero, right? So that when Dr. Jones cites his figures, we were able to say last year about 30% of motorcyclists featured in fatal crashes. 2025 is 6 months in, and about 30% of motorcyclists are featuring in fatal crashes. It is always the same story, and we want to change that story. And so we're looking at storytelling too. So Karimak is in the room, as are motorcyclists, other members of our motorcycle or National Helmet Wearing Coalition are here too to share their perspectives and stories. We thank you for coming to the table. That is a part of the solution, showing up. We now ask you to follow that with participation. And we ask you, when you leave, to take action, to advocate for the change you want to see, to reach out, to collaborate every opportunity possible, because ultimately that's the only way we're going to transform. We're going to change the story that we've become so accustomed to. Thank you for being here. I look forward to what is to come today and tomorrow, and of course, how we'll be able to work together to reduce fatalities.
Thank you, Claudine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's try this again. Let's look at the problem as it exists in Jamaica. And so we see the task ahead of us across these 2 days, but it's a task that we are not afraid of and one that we will succeed at. One of the reasons we will succeed is that we have the strong support of the government of Jamaica. And at this time, I'd like to invite that representative to the microphone. Madame Donnery Muirhead is representing the Honorable Minister Darrell Vaz, Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport. Can we have a rousing round of applause as she makes her way to share his message? And the applause keeps going.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first apologize for the absence of our Honorable Minister, Darrell Vaz, who has so many competing priorities this week. We are boasting in the ministry his second arrival of a shipload of buses this morning, so he's actually at the wharf with the team for the offloading of those. And so please accept his sincere apologies for not being with you today. Nonetheless, I'll try my very best to represent the minister's message. Salutations, Madam Mrs. Paula Ann Porter Jones, our star quality, as Dr. Jones says, MC, Mr. Dave Cliff, Chief Executive Officer, Global Road Safety Partnership, Dr. Lucian Jones, our Chairman of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition and Vice Chairman of the National Road Safety Council, Ms. Claudine Allen, General Manager, JN Foundation, Ms. Aggie Krasnoluka, Program Director, FIA Foundation, representatives of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, members of the Diplomatic Corps and international partners, regional delegates, members of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, stakeholders from the public sector, civil society, and academia, motorcycle associations, road safety advocates, and community leaders, media representatives, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed an honor to be here today, of course, representing the minister at this pivotal gathering, the National Helmet Wearing Coalition Regional Think Tank. Aptly themed Heads Up, a regional discussion on motorcycle helmet wearing and standards. This forum, spearheaded by the NHWC and an initiative of the JN Foundation in partnership with the National Road Safety Council and supported by the FIA Foundation, represents an important step in our collective effort to save lives, particularly those of motorcyclists on our roads. Across the Caribbean and Latin America, we are witnessing a troubling trend, that of motorcycle-related fatalities rising at an alarming rate. Here in Jamaica, motorcycle deaths remain a major concern. During the first quarter of this year, Jamaica recorded over 94 road fatalities. As of June 12, the most affected groups included motorcyclists, private motor vehicle drivers, and pedestrians, with motorcyclists accounting for 28% of all fatalities, private vehicle drivers 26%, and pedestrians 21%. Since the start of the year, however, 50 motorcyclists have died on Jamaica's roads. Ladies and gentlemen, the way to reduce further fatalities is through targeted education with a mix of policy and a review of our laws. Regionally, we know that the situation is no less dire, with motorcyclists comprising over 40% of road deaths in some Latin American countries. These, ladies and gentlemen, are not just statistics. The numbers represent real lives lost under preventable circumstances. The rising number of motorcyclist deaths in Jamaica is a national crisis that not ought to be ignored. The real issue is not the presence of motorcycles on our roads, but rather the widespread lack of helmet wearing use, limited access to certified helmets, and worst of all, a persistent culture of risk-taking. Research shows that wearing a certified helmet reduces the risk of death and head injury. Dr. Jones gave us those numbers earlier, and yet helmet use remains dangerously low in many of our communities. We must embed motorcycle and helmet safety in our national and regional transport and public health agendas. Our policies must reflect the reality that motorcycles are not peripheral. They are for many a primary mode of transport, especially in rural and underserved areas. In Jamaica, our national transport policy recognizes road safety as a strategic priority. We acknowledge that more must be done to strengthen policy integration, connecting infrastructure design, public education, and safety enforcement into one cohesive framework. Technology also presents powerful tools for enhancing enforcement, education, and planning. From helmet detection cameras and road traffic monitoring systems to digital compliance dashboards, innovation must be part of our approach going forward. We must also explore regional digital platforms that allow for the sharing of enforcement data, hotspot mapping, and best practices across borders. That's exactly what we'll be doing here today, of course, while strengthening our regulatory environment and influencing public behavior. We are faced with a serious matter where importation standards must be enforced to block non-compliant helmets from our markets. We must harmonize helmet regulations across the region, ensuring that all motorcyclists are protected by helmets that meet minimum international safety standards. Regulation alone will not suffice. It is important that we build a culture of safety, one where wearing a helmet is instinctive. No government can tackle this issue alone, And that is why this think tank is timely and critical. The time to strengthen cooperation, to learn from one another, align strategies, and even consider joint procurement mechanisms to reduce the cost of certified helmets across the region. The Minister wishes to commend the JN Foundation, the National Road Safety Council, and the FIA Foundation for their leadership in elevating the issue of helmet safety to both national and international prominence. The National Helmet Wearing Commission has made commendable progress in advancing helmet safety across Jamaica, grounded in 3 pillars: evidence, engagement, and partnership. The coalition conducted helmet testing to evaluate the quality of products currently available in the Jamaican market. In partnership with the Bureau of Standards, they developed a local helmet importation checklist, a critical step in safeguarding consumers from substandard products. They conducted a knowledge, attitudes, and practice survey with 500 respondents island-wide and completed a situational analysis to assess Jamaica's current helmet safety and culture, and identify key legislative and regulatory gaps. Importantly, focus groups were held with motorcyclists and pillion passengers in Westmoreland, Jamaica, widely known as Bike City, to understand their lived realities, safety perceptions, and behavior. I must say that while at my table, one of our international members said that since he came into Jamaica, he didn't see a widespread of bikes on our roads. And I said, just wait until they take you down into Westmoreland. You will see exactly where bikes are the primary mode of transport. We need behavioral change no more than ever, especially to protect our young men who are disproportionately drawn to motorcycles and are most at risk. Additionally, the NHWC has strengthened partnership with key stakeholders, government agencies, and ministries to include the Island Traffic Authority, the Bureau of Standards Jamaica, the National Compliance and Regulatory Authority, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and the Heart Trust NTA. These partnerships have significantly enhanced the coalition's ability to effect change while aligning its efforts with broader national priorities. Special commendation must be given to the partnership with Heart Trust and the Island Traffic Authority in taking helmet safety education into schools. The next generation will be the drivers of change, and their early exposure to safety messages is crucial if we are to reduce motorcycle-related deaths in the long term. These achievements are more than commendable. They represent a blueprint for regional replication. They demonstrate what is possible when research, policy, and people unite around a shared mission. The NHWC's Heads Up Regional Think Tank is timely. It convenes a diverse coalition of stakeholders, from policymakers and law enforcement to manufacturers, media, and motorcyclists across Latin America and the Caribbean. This forum is not just an event, but a launch pad for ongoing collaboration, policy alignment, and public engagement on helmet safety. Again, the Minister commends the NHWC, the JN Foundation, and all involved partners for spearheading this vital effort. But let us be clear, this should not be the end. It must be the beginning. I urge each of you to carry this mission forward, implement the recommendations, build alliances across borders, advocate within your communities, and most of all, lead by example. Every certified helmet worn is a life protected, a tragedy averted, and a testament to our shared commitment to safer roads and stronger societies. Let us act with urgency, unity, and unwavering resolve. The minister, with responsibility for transport, he has reaffirmed the government's commitment to reducing road fatalities and strengthening road safety. But he's saying that he needs every one of you, policymakers, law enforcement officers, educators, researchers, media professionals, and community advocates to take up this charge with purpose and passion. Ladies and gentlemen, let us leave this think tank not only with ideas, but with a shared action agenda. Let us be bold in our recommendations, unified in our commitment, and unwavering in our mission. The theme, Heads Up, is more than a slogan. It is a call to vigilance, to partnership, and above all, to recognize the value of every human life, especially those of vulnerable road users like motorcyclists and pedestrians. Let us honor the lives we have lost by ensuring that no more are taken needlessly. Let us make helmet safety not just a policy, but a practice, not just a recommendation, but a right. Together, we can transform our roads from corridors of danger into pathways of safety and dignity while saving lives. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and may our discussions be fruitful and our resolve enduring. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Madame Muirhead. Now we have the support of the government, and we have the backing of international might. Now, the FIA is the world governing body for motorsport, and clearly with a direct interest in motorcycle safety. The FIA Foundation is the charity arm of the FIA, and so the National Helmet Wearing Coalition and the projects and programs that we undertake are birthed from the FIA Foundation. And we'd like to welcome to the microphone at this time the program's director, Aggie Krasnoluka. Yes, welcome.
Thank you, Paula. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies, gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, let's smile. My name is Aggie Krasnoluka. I'm really impressed by the different ways of pronouncing my surname. I know it's always a challenge, but I love to hear it. I think, Paula, you're getting the first prize for this. Thank you. I represent FIA Foundation, as we already heard. Foundation is a global philanthropy, long involved in addressing problems of road safety around the world. The issues of motorcycle safety are especially at the heart of our operation at the moment. Together with partners in Asia, in Africa, here in Latin America, in Caribbean, we are implementing initiatives to improve availability of certified helmets across countries. Here in Jamaica, as you already know, as you already heard, we're supporting the Helmet Wearing Coalition. And it is really great to hear the endorsement of the work of the coalition from Minister Vaz. Thank you for recognition of this work. It means a lot to us. But it's my great pleasure to meet you all here in Kingston and welcome to this regional helmet think tank. This is the first event of this type that we are bringing to the region, and we are having here in this room regional and international experts in road safety, policymakers, colleagues from FIA clubs. We have a president of Region 3, Frank Fotia, with us here in the room as well. We have civil society, we have motorcycle riders, and we have academia. Fantastic group of people. And this is all gracefully organized by JN Foundation, by Jamaica Road Safety Council, and the Jamaica Helmet Wearing Coalition. So my heartfelt thanks to the organizing team. It has been a lot of work, but we are all here in this room. And I'm really glad to see that the room is full, because the topic that we will be discussing, helmets, is really important and requires us all to participate and to act. Motorcycles have become an integral part of the transportation system around the world, providing access and mobility for many road users. They are affordable, they are versatile, they are efficient, they became preferred choice for delivery and for services. The motorcycle industry in Latin America is fast growing since over a decade. It went up from 3.7 million in 2012 to 5.6 million in 2023. We're seeing this trend here in Jamaica, and we're seeing this across the entire region. Sadly, the rapid adoption of motorcycles has also brought new road safety challenges. Motorcycles have become one of the riskiest modes of road travel today. We're probably all familiar with the Global Road Safety Status Report. In 2021, we learned from this report that 1.2 million people were killed in traffic crashes globally, with nearly a third of these fatalities involving users of two- and three-wheelers. The risk of death in a crash for riders can be as much as 20 to 35 times higher compared to those people in the car. And what's really critical to note is that motorcycle riders are most likely to die of head injury. And this is totally unacceptable, because we have a solution to prevent that. We know that the safe use of quality helmet reduces the risk of death by over 6 times and brain injury by up to 740%. To save lives, countries must legislate and enforce helmet safety standards and build markets that supply affordable and quality helmets to all. So we are convening in this room in Kingston today to discuss just that, to identify strategies and policies that are needed to move us forward. During road safety conferences, helmet safety is usually included and wrapped into wider conversation about motorcycle safety, but it's a very complex subject with many layers, as Claudine has already pointed out, and really it requires dedicated time to unpack that. During our 2-day workshop, we will be discussing these nuances through a series of panels and presentations, through group conversation, and through informal networking. The agenda is packed, and I promise you that you leave the workshop with new ideas on how to mobilize action on safe helmets. And there is already progress across the region. Of course, here in Jamaica, through the work of the Helmet Coalition, in Mexico, in Dominican Republic, El Salvador, to only name a few countries undertaking serious measures on helmet safety. And we will hear from them how the issues have been approached and what kind of work frameworks have been adopted to tackle the problems. Collaboration among stakeholders within countries and across the region is vital. We already said that, we all know that. It's an opportunity to shape safer roads and more resilient mobility system. And I'm really convinced, and I know that this think tank will help to stimulate regional dialogue and spark further action. I wish you all very productive 2 days, and once again, thank you for joining us here in Kingston. Thank you.
Thank you, Aggie. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have the first of our 3 panels for today. Now, this panel will explore regional data on helmet use. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. It's going to also look at identifying gaps in standardization, policy, and culture. Panelists are going to share perspectives on the challenges of helmet compliance and reveal patterns that hinder consistent enforcement and regional collaboration. So, the panel is Understanding the Problem, Regional Perspectives on Helmet Use, Data, and Gaps in Standardization. Can we please welcome the moderator, Dr. Lucian Jones.
Hello? Please, I'm going to invite to join me Gonzalo Pion. Gonzalo's here. Gonzalo's from Mexico. Shivani Mahedio from Ghana. Terry Smith. Is Terry here? Oh, hey, Terry is right here. Self and Terry go way back. And Wendell Richards, Jamaican. So now we get to hear from our partners. And this is the section which I'm sure you've been looking forward to. Can't hear me? Okay. So after all the speeches, especially the speech from the name I can't pronounce, from Aggie, it's time now to get some perspectives from folks in different parts of the region. So we have from Mexico, from Ghana, from Jamaica. Terry, where are you representing? What country? Italy and Canada. Italy and Canada, okay, all right, that's great. So Paul has told us exactly what we're going to talk about in the panel, exploring regional data. That should be interesting. On helmet use, identifying gaps in standardization policy, standardization is a big issue. Policy and culture, that should be interesting. And these panelists will share their perspectives on the challenges of helmet compliance. Chester Williams here? Sorry, my apologies. On the instructions, on the late instructions. Right, so let's just get right into it. Gonzalo from the Institute of Transportation and Development Policy from Mexico. You want to start us off and share your perspective on what is happening in this section?
Thanks. And do I have a clicker for the presentation? Sorry, well, if not, well, I can. Yeah. So, well, can. Oh. Yeah. Well, see, before the presentation starts, I want to say that speaking about football, we're hosting you in the World Cup, but you and the JM Foundation are hosting us on Saturday, where we will play with motorcyclists. And I don't know if I will score a goal. I don't think so, because probably people are better soccer players than I am. But I hope to set some good passes and everything. And also want to thank the AN Foundation. I think this event till right now sets the bar really high to the different helmet coalitions that we are doing, and also I think all of us are able to do this now global effort thanks to the FIA Foundation and to Aggie's idea, no, having different organizations working together for having more helmets and better helmets in our heads. If I get the clicker now, or or if not, I can comment without the presentation if it's necessary.
Right, so those are the opening comments from Gonzalo. Going to get some opening comments from Shivani Mahedo, who is the technical officer of the Guyana National Bureau of Standards. She's been there for about 3 years. She has a master's in quality environment and safety in construction setting and project management from our own university of the West Indies. Wow, we are colleagues. Okay, so we're going to hear next opening comments from Shivani. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I also have a presentation, but that's fine. I can go ahead without the presentation.
No, can we have our presentation? Is it available? Amar? Can we get up the presentation? I'm sure everybody would like to see it. Technical team, possible? It's up? Okay, go ahead. It's up. Go ahead, Shivani.
All right, good. So I've decided to give you guys a bit of background information into the motorcycle fatality statistics in Guyana. So on the presentation, I have a column chart showing the total number of motorcycle fatalities in Guyana from the year 2023 to presently June 14, 2025. So in 2023, actually, in Guyana, we experienced, we have a total number of 56 motorcycle fatalities. We saw a reduction, a slight reduction in 2024, where we had 53 motorcycle fatalities. And as of June 14, there was a total of 10 motorcycle fatalities. So what this is telling us? So the majority of the fatalities, actually, it was found that they were not wearing helmets at the time of their accident, causing them to lose their life. So in Guyana, we have the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 5120 of the year 1940. This act basically states that each pedal cyclist and motorcyclist shall be wearing a helmet, and if they are carrying any passenger, their passenger should also be wearing a safety helmet at the time that they're using the motorcycle. Great. Locally, we have a national standard. The national standard is actually GYS 9, Part 17, 2004, that gives the labeling requirements of protective helmets for road users. So in this standard, you would find the general requirements for the external package, on the external package of the helmet. You would find the detailed requirements stated on the helmet and on the package. And in the standard, it also requires that you state the instructions for care and use. The standard assigns the responsibility of labeling to the manufacturer and distributor or the wholesaler and retailer of the helmet. So you might wonder, how does this standard play a role in road safety and helmets in Guyana? So the thing is, a key requirement of that standard is to actually have that each safety helmet carry a certification mark. So in Guyana, we do not have a specific certification mark that we look for. We accept all the certification marks. In the following slide, we have examples of some of the certification marks that you might see on helmets presently sold in Guyana. The standard ensures that the helmet is safe for use and the helmet that are sold are of quality. If there is no certification mark, the GNBS usually request a certificate from an independent third-party testing laboratory through the manufacturer or importer. So safety helmet is actually one of the 17 categories of products monitored by the GNBS. And to ensure that each helmet is in compliance with the GYS 917 standard, our inspectors would go inspect them before the importers or the wholesalers or retailers of these safety helmets sells them to the public. This figure here shows examples of some of the certification marks that you would find present on safety helmets sold in Guyana. In terms of the challenges faced in implementing standards for safety helmets, I think this can be applied generally to any country or region across the world. We have a lack of public awareness and acceptance. So most persons, you would find that they would say, whether the helmet is certified or not, they'll be like, why should our helmet be certified? So you would find in Guyana that they have you would have a general resistance to them buying a certified helmet because persons usually opt out for the cheaper alternative because certification comes with a price, a higher price point. Aside from that, there is the resistance that stemmed from cultural, economic, or personal beliefs, and there's also resource constraints. So if we were to implement or have a third-party testing laboratory in Guyana, we would face the issue with resources, financial resource, human resource, and so forth. So I would say my recommendation for a Caribbean testing or certification system would just be to ensure that you implement, well, in Guyana, what we would do is we implemented our GYS 917 standard. So regardless of whatever the helmet being sold, it has to carry a certification mark, regardless of the type of certification mark, as long as it's certified.
Great. That's it?
That's it.
So it seems as if we have similar problems all across the Caribbean. We're going to now take a Caribbean Airlines flight from Ghana, go to Panama City, and then go back to Mexico City. So we can get our friend to finish his presentation. I think if you have it up, we can get Gonzalo to get his presentation going. Just to add that Gonzalo has had 15 years of experience in sustainable mobility and urban policy. So this is one of the Latin Americans' brightest and best. And so we're going to hear from Mexico what they're doing and how we can align ourselves with both Mexico and Guyana, and then we'll move along to Canada and to Jamaica.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jones. It's, as I said before, I'm really happy to be here and to share our experience with the Mexican Helmet Coalition that we're doing, I think, thanks to the FIA Foundation and thanks to many, many other organizations that I will mention. But just a brief context. In Mexico, the number of motorcycles have increased a lot, at least 3 times in the last decade. And the number of motorcycle users who die in traffic crashes has increased almost by 100%. So there's an urgent need to change this situation. And also with this idea of the helmet, it's something quite simple if we think about it. It's a bit like using the safety belt of a car. And it has a huge impact. No? We are seeing that the likelihood of serious injuries can be reduced by 72%, and the likelihood of death up to 39%. And in Mexico, we have done some of this work, but maybe not in the best way in the last few years. No? For instance, we already have a standard. It's the standard 206, the official Mexican standard, or NOM, Norma Oficial Mexicana. So we need to have some of these changes. And with this context, okay, we know that changing a market, it's the right policy, but changing a market, it's not something that can be done by decree by the government. There are state actors and there are market actors, but also there is the civil society. And we need to pull everybody together to have clear goals and change this situation. So in that sense, the Mexican Helmet Coalition sits at the middle, pulling the strings of all these three types of stakeholders, setting very specific goals. So for the public sector, it's to strengthen the regulatory framework and law enforcement. Regulatory framework at different levels. There are state, municipal, and national frameworks or norms or standards or transit rulings that need to be changed in order to have safe helmets in the heads of people. With the market, we need to have to increase the supply and affordability of safe helmets, and this is something very important. When we are seeing the motorcycles that are being sold, are motorcycles that are really, really cheap and are bought in weekly payments. So people go to buy a blender and then they end up getting a motorcycle. No? And I think it's the same happening everywhere. No? A colleague from Africa told me that they go to the bank to open a bank account and they give the motorcycle in the bank. So affordability is something really, really important. And as Shivani mentioned, certification may increase prices. So we need to change that. And of course, with civil society, motorcyclist groups, we need to raise awareness. We are finding that normally, or some motorcyclists don't know about certifications and don't understand the importance of using a certified helmet. So with this in mind, we needed to understand the problem, and this panel speaks about data on its topic. So I invite you to take out your phone and scan that QR code that has the access to a situational analysis that we did in Mexico, where we review more than 700 hours of tape, seeing if people were using helmets. But at the same time, that is the prevalent use of helmets, we also did a regulatory analysis and a market analysis to check the offer and demand of helmets. We analyzed these 6 cities in the helmet use, but also reviewed more than 2,000 offers of helmets in Mexico. And just a moment, we found some interesting data. No? For instance, people were willing to pay around $30 for a helmet, and the price of the helmet at that moment was around $100. I'm speaking about certified helmets. So we needed to change that. And you can see this information in this report. And so with this in mind, we have been working so the public sector can really push for the market through different norms at different levels. When we start doing this, we just had a constitutional reform. Article 4 in Mexico creates the right to mobility in safe and sustainable ways, and also allows the legislators to legislate in mobility, which Mexico as a federal country, that was something that the national legislation cannot do before that. So in that sense, when we created the Mexican Helmet Coalition, the national strategy of road safety and mobility, the NHWC, that is there, was on the making. So we were able to include the use of safe helmets in the national strategy and this regulatory alignment. So, and in this process right now we have 21 state laws that make mandatory the use of safe helmets, but there are policemen on the street do not apply state laws or national laws. They apply some executive branch regulations. We call it transit rulings. I don't know if the right translation or how it is called here. So with that, we have worked that sometimes in Mexico it's at the state level and sometimes it's at the municipal level. So we have focused on the largest states in Mexico, which are Mexico City, the state of Mexico, and Jalisco. And right now they have changed their transit rulings. Well, the state of Mexico is publishing it this month. And with this, we have a quarter of the population of Mexico living in places where policemen will stop you if you don't have an adequate helmet and promote that. And right now we are working with 2 other states that I think we will change that regulation, allow the police to change the enforcement in Puebla and Guanajuato. So I'm speaking about 40 million people living more or less in these countries. So this is the changes that we've had from the situational analysis where we were, where there was no transit rulings. Now we have 4, we have 3, next we will have 5. And these are the changes that we are promoting. But with the private sector, where we encounter that the affordability, there was a huge barrier to access to helmets. We work with this company, it's called Electra. They are the ones that started selling blenders and then ended up selling motorbikes. And they have 60% of the market in Mexico. So we needed to work with them, train them to building capacity to identify and verify helmets, and thanks to Terry, he was instrumental at that process. They announced it at one of our events that they will stop selling cheap helmets, but hundreds of thousands, around 500,000 helmets, so got a really, really low price. And now the price tag of a certified helmet, if you buy a motorcycle, it's around the $30 that was the main barrier before. So I think that's also an important success, and of course that they stop giving away these cheap helmets that were confusing the users. And also I think it's very important to communicate, so to have these campaigns to understand what motorcyclists are doing, how they get this information. So we created some infographics like this one. Again, you can scan it there. And what we want now is that this type of infographic, it's in all the places where they sell a motorbike, where they sell a helmet, we want to have something like this explaining how to use a helmet correctly and the importance of standards. We also did a campaign with Checo Perez, which is a Formula One driver, a Mexican Formula One driver. He's a star in Mexico. I don't know if, not the level of Usain Bolt. Personally, I probably admire more Usain Bolt, but but it's something like that. And with him, and I think I made that possible. We put something together, and we gave away this helmet. I'm not going to have the video because it's not working, but yeah, it's part of a campaign. And this type of work that we've been doing, it's available also in this toolkit that we want, and we see the importance of this regional effort. Some of this market can be changed in the Americas. So I'm not going to stop. So I plan to stop there, because now our plan is to impact the Mexican standard. The only thing, and I don't need to explain much about this because we have Terry Smith that has guided us in that process, has guided many other countries. What I'm just going to say, it's 2 things. We used to have a standard that was some sort of a Frankenstein that no lab was able to test because it mixed DOT and ECE specifications. So till date, we don't have no helmet like that. And also the other thing, it's not just focusing on standards. You need to focus on importing processes. Sometimes you have transitory articles that allow substandard helmets to enter the market. That's also a current problem of our standard. So we did a proposal with 2 strategies. One, if helmets are DOT, have an additional analysis for the conformity that the importers need to present. And that's it. And just also, if you need or you think this is a useful resource for you, you can also scan it. And sorry to fill up with QRs, but I hope you will find these resources useful. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Gonzalo. It would appear as if whether you're dealing with thousands of motorcyclists or millions, the problems are the same. Cheap bikes coming from various parts of the world, and helmets which are not certified, and which we need to be vigilant to make sure that it happens. So, perspective from Mexico, perspective from Guyana. I mentioned about star quality and Paula and Jones. We have star quality here, ladies and gentlemen, in Terry. And Terry is going to tell us all about what he has been doing. But Terry is a world-renowned expert on helmets. And for that reason, Terry is going to stand up and speak to us rather than sitting down. Right, Terry? Maybe upstanding.
Thanks. Sorry?
No, I'm saying you can stand up if you want.
My presentation?
Yeah, you can stand up.
Are we going to go?
It's right, yes. Ready, guys?
How are we doing? Well, thank you, everybody. It's truly an honor to be able to come here and talk to you and join the team here in Jamaica. We all have the same mission, and it gets me emotional because we want to put more helmets on people's heads, because if we can save just one more life, then we've done something very useful. And what I want to do today is talk to you about how a helmet works, a little bit of the science behind it. And what I want to do is I want to turn you into a helmet expert, because what I'm going to ask you to do is find a friend, a colleague, a coworker who doesn't want to wear a helmet or wants to wear an uncertified helmet. I want to try and give you some arguments to help them and convince them of the importance of wearing a certified motorcycle helmet. And in order to do that, we need to talk a little bit about what makes a helmet work. I'm going to talk a little bit about the science behind it, and then obviously a big problem that we have here in Jamaica and around Latin America and Southeast Asia is with counterfeit helmets. So to start off with, what is a helmet? Well, it has three basic components. It has a hard outer shell that's designed to distribute the forces over a very large area. It has an energy-absorbing liner, which is going to absorb all those impact forces and protect your skull and brain in the event of a crash. And lastly, it has a retention system that's going to keep that helmet on your head in the event of a crash. And I've tested a lot of helmets over the years, and I thought to myself, well, how can I show you how a helmet is supposed to work? And I thought, okay, the best way to do that is to see. Can we start that video? I'll try if I do that. Oh, perfect. So this is a Chinese helmet, and this is an example of what a helmet is not supposed to do. This is in my lab in Los Angeles. This is a DOT drop test. So when you see a DOT sticker on the back of a helmet, this is one of the tests that get done. Now, this is an unqualified helmet that does not meet DOT, because watch what happens. Now, that's not what's going to happen in a crash, because what happens now is you now expose the rider to a potential second impact. If the impact is in a critical part of the helmet and it shatters, the entire helmet can come apart, fall off their head, and expose their bare head to the pavement and to the objects. Now, since the world is not flat, we also have within the DOT standard, we have a curved hemispherical anvil that we have to run impact tests against. And if you watch here, this is the same helmet. We test it again because we have to do multiple impacts. And this is what happens when we run into this curved object. You can see the entire helmet basically falls apart. And that's what's going to happen to a rider in the event of a crash if he's wearing an uncertified or unqualified helmet. And you can see, all of us understand graphs from high school. Those high peaks are not good for your skull and for your brain, okay? That's very fundamental. Now, the key element in that helmet that's certified is that energy absorbing liner on the left-hand side that you see. It's about 25 or 30 millimeters of expanded polystyrene. Now on the right-hand side, you see a counterfeit helmet that has no energy absorbing liner. So when I walk into my laboratory and I run impact tests, I see the helmet on the left produces about 150, 140 Gs, which medically you would see a concussion that could recover. On the right-hand side, you see 750 Gs. Okay, now this is the technical part of the presentation, but basically I want to get into a little bit of the physics because everybody turns to me and goes, well, okay, Terry, that's great, but what the heck is a G? Okay, I have no idea what that continuum is. So skull fracture and brain injury are the result of excessive forces being applied to the skull and the brain. We measure it in our laboratory with a device called an accelerometer. And the accelerometer measures in gravitational units. And all of us are sitting here in these chairs at 1 G, okay? When you get on a roller coaster, you're going to experience about 3 Gs as you go into a very tight corner. When you stand up and bump your head on the cupboard, you're going to see about 10 Gs. If you were to stand in front of an amateur Jamaican boxer, you would see about 60 Gs. Now, this next number, we were talking about sports, Lucien. I had the honor a long time ago, and this is dating myself, but a professional boxer by the name of Lennox Lewis, British, Jamaican, Canadian descent, came into my lab. He punched my head for me, and he hit 120 Gs. And I guarantee you nobody in this room would have been left standing after he delivered that punch. So we know that a professional boxer can hit you at about 120 Gs. We also know that at about 200 Gs, that's when we start to see serious neurological damage, okay? Permanent brain injury. And if I can go back real quick, I don't know if it's going to go all the way back, I'll do real fast. But let's go back again. 150 Gs on the left, 760 on the right. The outcome medically on the left-hand side would be a concussion that recovers. On the right-hand side would be likely death or permanent brain injury and a permanent burden on society. So that's where my message is, everybody. That's why we want to promote certified motorcycle helmets, because as we've seen from Dr. Jones and everyone else, the advantage of wearing a certified motorcycle helmet reduces your risk of dying by 40%, reduces the risk of sustaining a permanent brain injury by 70%. So these things do work, okay? And we talked about, here's all the differences that we see. The helmets work out there. This is what happens when you ride into the end of a bridge abutment at about 160 kilometers per hour. This rider actually survived because the helmet distributes the forces over a large area, it crushes to absorb energy, and it basically prevents those dangerous forces from going into your head. And that's how your brain gets protected in an accident. And that's how you convey the message to people to try and increase awareness of the importance of wearing that certified helmet. Okay? So that's part of my mission to be here and join JF, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be able to do that with you. Now, I also want to peek a little bit into the future and give you an idea that motorcycle helmets are actually highly engineered devices, and I want to give you a little bit of a peer into the future. We're doing things like 3D printing. We're looking at new and innovative materials, and I remain optimistic that as these technologies become more and more inexpensive, they can start to become more affordable. You can see that rider there is a Formula One racer actually getting his head scanned for a custom fit Formula One helmet. So we're starting to be able to use technology to try and build better helmets. And that technology is eventually getting down into the helmets that you or I wear when we go out on our motorcycles, okay? But one of the problems that we have is counterfeit helmets. Now, through the power of Amazon, we can buy helmets that claim to be real, but they aren't. So this is a newspaper report that was done by my friends in the UK a couple of years back. One of these helmets is fake. One of these helmets will not provide you protection. Which one is it? Now, those of you that have seen my presentation already know the answer, so no yelling out from the studio audience, but one of them is not real. They both have the AGV logo, a very well-known Italian helmet manufacturer. They very look graphic, look like aramid fibers. They all look great. So which one's the real helmet and which one's the fake helmet? Yes. Good try, but don't be bad, because they did a reader poll and 21% of avid motorcycle riders were unable to tell that that was a fake helmet. So you're not alone, okay? So it's very difficult to try and identify a counterfeit helmet, and through Amazon, this is what's happening. And so here's an example of a helmet manufactured by Arai, a very well-known Japanese manufacturer. That helmet on the left is around somewhere between $500 and $600 US. The helmet on the right-hand side is only $50 US, but that's what happens when you do an impact test on it. You see how it basically shatters into a million pieces. It is not going to provide you with any kind of protection. So, counterfeit helmets are a serious problem. It's a global problem. It's not unique. We see it everywhere: Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, South America, and even in North America and Europe, I'm seeing fake counterfeit helmets. So how do we address that? Well, this is my shameless promotion part of my presentation. I had the pleasure of working with Dave Cliff and the team from the Bloomberg Initiative for Global Road Safety to develop this technical guide. It's free. It's online at their website, so if anybody's interested in it, I'd be more than happy to send you the link to download it. But what we do, and we use many more words in our document, but these are just some ideas on how to address the problem of counterfeit helmets. Firstly, you've got to try and look at how helmets are currently coming into the country. Then ask yourself, are there other products that are coming in similar to my product? For example, a child restraint. Perhaps something that needs to be controlled, like, say, baby formula, medications, these kind of things. Then what you need to do is you need to identify the agencies that are responsible for importation of these products. Now, one of the things that this Heads Up think tank is for is to try and help develop ideas, because one of the things we've found when we started looking at this problem is you're going to find partners in what I call unlikely stakeholders. People, when you think about road safety, you don't necessarily think about the Ministry of Trade, or you don't necessarily think about Consumer Affairs or Ministry of Customs and Excise, perhaps. These are people that are going to help you control the importation of these fake and counterfeit products, okay? And you work on development of procedures to try and control and only allow in certified products. Lastly, you require that certification report. We just heard from Shivanya. She talked about her program where they require a third-party accredited testing report, and that's all part of how we help improve, get rid of these counterfeit helmets throughout the world. This is not a problem. That's why we're all working together, exchanging ideas, okay? And that's one of the things I wanted to do today, so I just hope everybody, I can pass some information on, and thanks everybody for your time. Thank you.
We promise you star quality. We have delivered star quality. This is a presentation that you want to tell your grandchildren about many years from now. And hopefully all of you, having come and having left, will become experts on detecting what is fake and what is real, what will save lives, and what are pretenders. So we have heard from Guyana, from Mexico, and Terry, who is just worldwide famous, although he's based in Italy and to a certain extent in Canada. But now we come to the man who makes the decisions, whether we have fake or no fake. Dr. Wendell Richards is the head of standards compliance at the National Compliance and Regulatory Authority. And he makes decisions on behalf of our country. We're going to hear from him next. The man himself.
Okay, good morning. Well, currently, as you know, currently we don't have a standard in Jamaica for helmets. We have a draft standard. The draft standard was sent out for comment, 60-day comment. We received comments from the stakeholders. The next step is that it will go to the Standards Council of the Bureau of Standards for review. If everything is okay, then it goes to the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce for the minister to sign off on the standard. Then it goes to get gazetted. Then the standard would be enforced. Okay? So it's a mandatory standard. So just to give you a little update onto what has been happening, the National Compliance and Regulatory Authority is the former regulatory division of the Bureau of Standards. Okay, so now the National Compliance and Regulatory Authority is a standalone organization which will be doing strictly regulating and enforcement, while the Bureau of Standards will be dealing with developing standards, doing testing, and facilitating trade. Okay? So the NCRA would be responsible for regulating the helmets when the standard has become mandatory. So how are we going to approach this? Under the Standards Act of 1968, each importer, manufacturer, distributor of commodities where a compulsory standard has been declared has to be registered. Therefore, each importer would have to now be registered with NCRA. Okay, so as an importer, you would now have to be registered. Secondly, we don't manufacture helmets in Jamaica. So how do you get compliant helmets in Jamaica? What we would have to do is to rely on third-party certification from accredited institutions, whether from an accredited laboratory, whether we accept quality certificates from some accredited institution. So therefore, what we call this is pre-shipment inspections. So if an importer wants to import helmets, they would have to come to us, get registered, then they would have to supply us with documentation from an accredited lab, from an accredited institution, so we're getting quality certificates and test data. So we want to see the test results. We want to see your quality certificates, documents, whatever. And then we are going to trace those documents to determine its authenticity. Right? So there are ways to do that. We do it for other products. We don't only regulate helmets or whatever it is. We regulate appliances, construction, material, all of these things. So we're going to do that. When that is done, then we'd give the authorization to import a commercial quantity. So one of the things we're going to look for in terms of inspections, we're going to have to train the inspectors, we're going to have to train customs, we're going to have to train the JCF, right? You mentioned consumer affairs a while ago. We're also going to have to look out for the fraudulent products, the counterfeit products. Yesterday at a meeting, I was explaining to them that the CTOC, which is Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Department of the JCF, there's an intellectual property unit. So they deal with the fraudulent and the counterfeit stuff. Okay? So as you mentioned, it's going to have to be a partnership, total partnership into how we deal with this. So there has to be a lot of training and understanding, that type of thing. So in terms of the inspections, when they're coming at the ports, so the inspector is going to have to be looking for not only the documentation accompanying the shipments, they're going to have to be inspecting the helmets for the safety features you just mentioned, as well as the certification marks. For example, BSI has a certification mark, a called kite mark. Okay? You have other bodies, they have different identifiable marks. So we're going to have to be looking for those marks and checking for the authenticity of those marks. One of the issues I saw in one of the presentations was the cost. And the cost, so when you have certification, is going to increase the cost. And then that is a deterrent to getting the compliant helmets. I know one of the solutions could be, I know that the UNECE, which is the United Nations Economic Cooperation for Europe, they recommended to some developing countries to manufacture the helmets in their country, right? So I saw the one in Mexico a while ago, they started manufacturing. So that could be an alternative. Manufacture in Jamaica or manufacture in Trinidad or wherever, okay? And that will help also diversify the economies. But it has to be manufactured against the certification marks, right? So it's not going to be any substandard, cheaper helmet because it's being manufactured here. But you're going to have to be manufactured against the certification mark. So therefore, you're going to have quality systems in place. We have a body called National Certification Body of Jamaica. They may have to get involved as well and come in and do inspections and implement. Companies will have to implement quality systems, right? Whether it's ISO, whatever it is, and certify them against those marks if we're going to be doing the manufacturing, okay? And basically that's it. So that's just a platform for Jamaica where we are at the moment. Okay? So we already have the procedures in place for the importation of we have administrative procedures for the importation of products. So we already have that in place, right? Or basically what we have to do now is just do some work instructions for helmets, which is the detailed steps as to how you're going to go about to inspecting and regulating the helmets. Okay? And also, well, since nobody from BSJ is here, one of the things we're looking at as well is actually doing testing. Okay, so Terry was there at the Bureau yesterday, and we went on a tour and looked at some of the existing labs. We already have a lab that does drop tests, okay? And we went there and we looked, so that's a possibility for the future, looking at doing testing here in Jamaica, okay, for the helmets.
Great. So we have had a perspective from Jamaica. What are the challenges that we are facing? And along with from Mexico and from Guyana, having heard from them. So we're going to hear next from Belize. And there's Mr. Chester Williams, who is the Chief Executive Officer in Belize's Ministry of Constitution and Religious Affairs. Wow. We can talk after about religious affairs. And a former Commissioner of Police. 38 years in Belize Police. But you look like a young man. You have so much experience. 38 years in Belize Police Department and holding senior roles. So, Mr. Williams, it's all yours.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, one and all. Certainly, it's a pleasure to be back in Jamaica. I lived here for 2 years when I attended Norman Mandela School. And since then, I left and I returned once. In 2019, I came here when I was appointed Commissioner of Police. I came and I visited the then Commissioner of Police, Major Anthony, to see how we can look at reforming some of our system back home in Belize. And yes, I served 6 years and a half as Commissioner of Police in Belize. And it was on May 1st of this year that I was appointed the Chief Executive Officer in the Ministry of Constitution and Indigenous Affairs, Religious Affairs and Transportation. Yes, it's a new role for me, but again, it is one that I believe my expertise, having served as a police officer for many years, can enhance road safety in Belize. The issue of motorcycle fatalities is a major one for us in Belize, just as it is for, I believe, all countries represented in this room today. In 2024, we had the highest number of road fatalities in our country, amounting to 107 road fatalities. Of the 107 road fatalities, 60 of those were motorcycle related. So it shows that more than half of the road fatalities are motorcycle related. And when we look at that, it is right to say that it has reached a crisis level. And we can look at, as government, to see that government do as best as they can to prevent murders. And again, I guess due to the heinous nature of murders, but when it comes to traffic fatalities, I believe that it is an area where governments are not investing as much as they should. It was the first time in our country's history that we had more road fatalities than murders last year. So again, that says a lot in terms of road safety. Yes, the wearing of helmets is very critical. And under our subsidiary laws, Chapter 230 of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic, protective helmet regulation, it makes provision motorcycle must wear a protective helmet. It also makes provisions that every person who offers for sale a motorcycle must also, what hinders compliance is that the police and the transport officers are too sympathetic to those persons who uses motorcycles every day. Imagine seeing a who uses motorcycles every day. Imagine seeing a single mother on a motorcycle taking 2 of her children to school in the morning. When you live 3 to 4 miles away from the school, or that same single mother picking up her 2 children from school in the evening time to get them back home. These are the things that law enforcement officers are faced with. Do they ticket that single mother who is already struggling to make life for carrying the 2 children on a motorcycle? One, it is overloaded, because only 2 persons maximum should ride on a motorcycle. And 2, for the most part, you find that while the mother may wear a helmet, the children are not wearing any. So you see a situation where a mother would put at risk her 2 children simply because that may be the only mode of transportation. Is that an excuse for breaking the law? I believe that the answer should be no, but some people may say otherwise. So sympathy is one of the hindrances that we have as to the enforcement of the laws. Again, we need to look at other issues. While we deal with persons riding motorcycles and not wearing helmets, there is a competing evil that comes with the wearing of helmets. And that competing evil comes in the criminal domain. We also found that more than 80% of murders that are committed, the suspects of those murders are on motorcycles and are wearing helmets to conceal their identity. So you'll find that the criminals would wear the proper helmet, the one that covers the entire face, while the law-abiding citizen may wear just a piece of helmet that covers the top of their head. So we have to find a way now to address that competing evil, because it is making police investigations extremely difficult when it comes to solving the homicides, the murders, because the identity of the killer is concealed by the helmets that they wear. So we're looking at introducing legislations that may require that once you wear a helmet, which you must, that a helmet must bear behind it, at the back of the helmet, the license plate number of the motorcycle that you are riding. And if you wear the helmet without a license plate number on the helmet, then that is going to constitute an offense. That is one option. We're looking at other options that may work, but for now, that's the most viable one that we can come up with. Again, we need to find ways that while we try to address the evil of riding motorcycles without helmets, that we also deal with the other evil, that those who ride motorcycles do not use these motorcycles to go and commit crime and conceal their identities from the police. So it is something that we must address, and like many other like all the other countries here, we are seeing that due to the rise in fuel costs motorcycles are becoming the most prevalent mode of transportation for people. Again, it is also easier to maneuver through traffic. When you do have traffic jams, you find that motorcycles just easily maneuver their way through the traffic and get from point A to point B easily. And so we find that people are now choosing motorcycles over vehicles. And so while we have that increase in the use of motorcycles, we must ensure we have the appropriate laws to be able to deal with the other evils that comes with that. And certainly ensuring that every motorcycle rider wears a helmet must be a priority, because it certainly do save lives, and we want to save the lives of our young people as best as we can. So again, I want to say thanks for the opportunity to have been here, and I avail myself to any questions that you may have. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Those of us who live in Jamaica can identify with the trials that you face with motorcyclists committing murder. It's a big issue in Jamaica. Many women who are driving in their cars want to see a motorcyclist come up beside them. They go crazy. They call the police, or they want to knock them down because they know what's going to happen. So we have had a really good mix of perspectives from different countries on different issues. So we're going to really turn over the discussion to the audience to ask if you want to ask questions. And at the end, perhaps to ask each presenter to ask a question, whether to another or to address something which popped up, which is really important for us to think about. So anybody in the audience has a question, a burning question? Yes, Marlon. Marlon needs a mic. Marlon has a bike already, he needs a mic. He needs a certified mic.
Check, 1, 2.
There we go.
All right, so my question is for the last speaker, Mr. Chester Williams, is it? Yes. All right, so the question or the statement of your license number being affixed to the helmet, that was floated some time ago in Jamaica by the then minister, Bobby Montague. And we have had
Mike Henry too.
And Mike Henry. And we have had several discussions with them. The question I have for you is, how do you deal with, if a particular helmet is tied into a particular motorcycle, how you deal with a motorcyclist that would have more than one motorcycle or more than one helmet? Also, how do you deal with a pillion going on that motorcycle with a helmet? Because what we find in Jamaica is that even when you comply with the law, you're still targeted. As a motorcyclist myself, I would have been on a motorcycle with a helmet, obviously, and my pillion rider has on a helmet, and I'm still being stopped by police. Why? They don't trust two man on bike in a helmet. And I'm like, officer, but it is the law. So how do you treat with that motorcycle license number on the helmet and a different helmet, or with a helmet that chooses to ride a friend's motorcycle?
I don't know if I get your question correctly. If your question is, how do you deal with a situation where a person rides a motorcycle and the license plate on the helmet does not correspond to that motorcycle? Then that becomes an offense. You must make sure that if you get on a motorcycle, the helmet that you wear bears the license plate number of that motorcycle that you are getting on. And if it is that a friend loans you his helmet to ride a different motorcycle, then you must know that you should not do that. Again, it may seem a bit draconian, but it is a necessary evil that must be addressed. And it must be addressed by laws. Once people understand that to do so is an offense, then they will comply. Again, enforcement is very important. So the police or the transport enforcement officer will certainly stop. And you find that many a times the motorcycles don't even bear a license plate number, right? Because they don't put the license plate on the vehicle, on the motorcycle. So again, if you find them riding a motorcycle and no license plate is on the motorcycle, that is also an offense that must be enforced. The law is clear. Every motor vehicle that uses a road must bear an identification number. And so if you ride a motorcycle without a license plate number, then you commit an offense as well. So it's a matter of enforcement, and I believe that once there's strict enforcement, then people are going to comply.
I'm going to ask my friend here from Mexico. Many of you would have heard that Mexico has gone very far in terms of road safety and it being enshrined in their constitution. The last couple of years, your safety on the road is now part of your constitution. Is that right?
So in Mexico, our constitution, as most constitutions in Latin America, the difference to ones of the United States. In the United States, for instance, you have the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. In Mexico, as many constitutions from the 20th century in Latin America, they have first the Bill of Rights and I don't know, right to education, right to a healthy environment. And actually, that's the Article 4. So actually, Article 4 was modified in this part of the Constitution that it's similar to the Bill of Rights to include the right of mobility in a safe and inclusive manner. That was actually this legal innovation, for some lawyers, legal abomination. For us, legal innovation. Was first started in Mexico City's constitution and allows some changes. And I think this is important for us in Mexico because we are a federal country. So if you have a centralized government, as most countries in Central America and the Caribbean, I don't know if it's needed to have this level of details because we need to change laws at different levels, no?
Right.
So,
but the reason why I asked you though is this conundrum in terms of what our friend from Belize was asked by Marlon. How do you deal with that issue of helmet wearing and having a license number on the helmet within the context of your constitution?
So I think we're speaking about two different things that are related, road safety and personal safety. We have different examples, no? For instance, Colombia in the early 90s banned the use of helmets for a while because of...
Banned helmets?
Banned helmets for a while because they were used, no? You could like threat someone by telling him, okay, I have a friend with a motorbike. That meant that I'm going to hire someone to kill you. So that was an approach by the Colombians. Then they created what they call the best law. So they had the license plate here. But when you have these changes, you need to think about the unintended consequences of public policy and also the process of implementation of a policy. Because it may sound good in the law, but then it will be very difficult to sell. Maybe when you buy a motorbike, it should have some sort of VIN number of the motorbike, and at the same time, the license plate. But if you, I don't know, selling a motorbike in a bank, that it's not saying who was the person that bought that motorbike. Or there's a second-hand market, so you don't know who's having that license plate. So I think these policies may work, but there are other areas of public policy that are related to registration and how to sell a motorbike if you don't sell it with a helmet, and many other things that need to be analyzed in the context. So I don't know the context of Belize, but I know in Mexico, and actually neighbor Quintana Roo, which shares a border with Belize, is trying to do a similar law, but they don't have a registration of motorbikes. So how are they going to do that?
Right, it's a big issue. Before I get another question from the audience, our friend from Ghana, you have a problem with this motorbikes and security and license and helmets and what Marlon raised? Because it's a real issue, isn't it?
So, if I'm getting it correct, we do not have, unlike Belize, we do not have the regulation where if you purchase a bike, you get the helmet to match the number plate.
Right.
But I would think that it works similarly. So if you were to have a car and it is registered in your name, and somebody borrows it, an accident happens, you are in charge. You are responsible for that.
Right.
If it is that the other person using your car does not have a license, you are immediately charged for that.
Okay. Good question, Marlon. Another question from the audience? Yes, sir. Yeah, I might help you.
Check.
Just for the record, just please identify yourself and...
Terry, there's all sorts of competing global standards for helmets. Does this impede developing countries in trying to figure out how to do it, or are all of the standards good, and could a country just say, any one of them suffice, and I'll consider them compliant with my emerging regulations?
There are about 10 standards that are all, they vary slightly in terms of the drop test, the drop equipment, but they all are fundamentally the same. I talked to a statistician who told me that if we wanted to, let's take a hypothetical, we want to see is DOT, quote unquote, better or safer than, say, UNECE. He estimated I would need to collect and capture about 250,000 accidents to make that statistical difference. So they're really all the same, and that's sort of after looking at this for 30 years, I'm of the opinion, let's just get a certified product on their head. Where that certification comes from really doesn't matter. That's why I really like what you've done, Giovanni. You've got 6 or 7 questions. So I hope I answered your question, Frank, because now I have a question. You are on the leading edge of where many of these countries are, in that you've already got the standard in place that forces the importers to make sure they're certified. So can you comment a little bit on what you see if you were to go and do a market survey?
In terms of the situation, like how many uncertified helmets we would find,
what you would estimate,
on that. We really don't have the total amount of uncertified helmets on the market. We do not have a collection of that data, but I would say it's minimum because it hasn't been alarming. It hasn't been at alarming levels that we import a lot of counterfeit helmets, because we would have already brought the
You've got the process, right? I mean, that's great. Yeah.
Right. So it starts from importation. The standard first, so this is how it usually works. When you are importing helmets for sale, you would have to inform the GNBS. Once we are informed, we go conduct an inspection on that shipment of helmets. From that inspection, as long as your helmets are certified, you get to go ahead. If it is that we suspect that there are counterfeit helmets in that batch, we would ask you to reach out to the manufacturer and provide us with the certificate that says that this is certified, these tests were conducted. If there are no certification marks, we would then ask you to go reach out to a third-party laboratory to get these tested to state that they're either suitable for use under one of these certification marks. So you can use any standard to test the helmets as long as they are well under the requirements of one of the certification bodies, you're good. So you can use any one of the certification bodies' testing requirements.
Right. So as we wrap up, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I would like to make a little recommendation or tweak that procedure a bit. Why don't you do the pre-shipment? Instead of them informing you, and then the shipment comes, get the documentation first. Let them provide you with all of the certification first, and then give them permission to bring the shipment. You're giving yourself less problems there. Yeah.
Yeah. This has been very interesting, but we have to wrap up. One last question, really amusing. Terry, if at the end of the conference, this heads up think tank, we decide that absolutely we need a testing facility in the Caribbean, Latin America. So who would authorize that? Who would tell us that we are doing the right thing?
Well, you would work with, say, Bureau of Standards Jamaica, and they already have accreditation programs in place, so they would become that third-party accredited laboratory that we're all talking about. And they've got the standards, and there are 2 or 3 manufacturers in the world that make test equipment, so that would be the process by which we would get a test lab set up here. And because then it's recognized and accredited, because Bureau of Standards Jamaica already has accreditation programs, now Guyana can send helmets, Mexico can send helmets, everyone can send helmets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big business. Okay, let's go. Folks, this has been wonderful. This has been very informative. This has been enlightening. This has had revelations about a number of issues that we never thought about and experiences that we didn't know about. So we leave this segment, this first segment, much more informed, much more committed, and much more sharp in our desire to make sure that we have certified helmets in the Caribbean, and that we eventually, as is our goal, to have a testing facility whereby we can have helmets tested, so that the data that Terry shared with us, about 600 Gs and 700 Gs and lots of Gs, we can turn this into the reality that we can produce helmets, or we can certify helmets that can withstand the kind of punching power that Lennox Lewis had, and our former welterweight champion, the body snatcher who died recently, also had. So I want to thank everybody for this very enlightening discussion, and thank you for listening. Thanks so much.
And a round of applause. Please remain on stage, please. Applause also for your expert guidance, Dr. Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to give tangible evidence of our appreciation. We're going to invite Omar Brown forward to come and hand out the special gifts that we have for our panelists. So we're going to ask you, after you receive your gifts, still not to go, but just give us 5 more minutes for a photo op. Immediately after, you are invited, those of you with us in the room clearly, to step outside for a quick break. Only about 5 to 7 minutes, and then it's right into panel 2. And Dr. Jones. And we'll ask you to come forward for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, you may step outside. We have a break on the outside, coffee, tea, pastries, and fruits. But it's a very short break, so turn around and come on back in.
DJ Easy run the show.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about ready to restart. So we're inviting you to take your seats at this time. If you are within reach of my voice, still in the foyer, could you come on in? You may bring your refreshments with you as we get set to move into panel number 2. All right, I'd like to welcome you back to our discussions. A special welcome to those who are joining us online, who have just come in or recently come in or came in after the official welcome. And a special welcome too to those who've joined us in person since we've started. In particular, ACP Gary McKenzie, head of P-STEP. He's accompanied by Superintendent Coretta Brown, also from P-STEP, and they are both members of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition. Let's welcome them. Good to have you with us. And I want to mention their presence because right now the constabulary force is hosting one of the largest public endeavors. It is hosting simultaneously in cities Kingston and Montego Bay their Transformations Expo. So for those of you that have time when we leave here today, they can pop by. You can pop by and see as the constabulary force showcases the way that it is using technology, the way that it is changing its approaches to policing, reinforcement, and support of Jamaican people at that expo. So to have you with us is a big deal because we know that is very important to you. Thank you. Also, a member, well, not of the force, but certainly from the Ministry of National Security, is the gentleman who's going to be moderating our next panel. What panel is that? Well, panel number 2 is going to explore regional legislative and regulatory barriers around helmet safety. It wants to identify practical pathways to align local regulators with global standards, enhance the enforcement mechanisms, and increase access to certified helmets. Panel number 2 is called Legislative and Regulatory Gaps Toward Regional Policy Solutions. And I would like to tell you a little bit about the gentleman who is going to be moderating the panel. Let me see if I can pull, here we go. Now, he is the project director for the Security Strengthening Project. He's a senior director for the Major Technology Transformation Branch in Jamaica's Ministry of National Security. So he also has split himself in two to be with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Jones. He leads strategic initiatives focused on innovation and modernization in national security. He's a former member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. He brings extensive experience in law enforcement and security management and has served as authority member of the National Identification and Registration Authority, supporting improvements in governance and service delivery. He's a Justice of the Peace, reflecting his commitment to public service, community development, and today his presence here reflects his commitment to putting certified helmets on heads and saving lives. Help me welcome, please, Emil Holgate.
Test. Thank you, Paula Ann. So good morning once more. I think we're now afternoon. So good morning to those of you here in Kingston and those joining online. As Paula mentioned, I'm Emil Holgate, and it is indeed a privilege to be moderating this critical discussion on legislative and regulatory gaps in helmet safety across the Caribbean. There has been real progress in public awareness about helmet wearing, but there remains to be a troubling reality. Awareness isn't translating into meaningful behavior change. Many jurisdictions still have outdated, incomplete, or poorly enforced helmet laws. Riders often don't know what qualifies as a safe helmet, and enforcement officers lack legal support or clarity on how to act. Meanwhile, there is cultural resistance, especially in rural and underserved areas, and this compounds our challenge. Now, this panel will focus on solutions. How do we strengthen helmet-wearing laws? How do we align with global standards while respecting local context? And how do we ensure that the law is backed with enforcement that is fair, consistent, and supported? Because helmets won't save a life if it is not on the rider's head. And it won't be on the rider's head unless there is law and the culture requires it. Now, let us begin by hearing from experts who are confronting these issues head-on, pun intended. So I want to first welcome Sam Clark. Sam is a transport and development specialist with over 25 years of experience. As head of programs at TransAid, he leads helmet safety initiatives across Africa. He recently helped to launch the Safe African Helmet Initiative and coordinated national enforcement campaigns in Kenya, bringing first-hand knowledge of what works in low-resource settings. Help me welcome Sam. Our next panelist is no stranger to this space. I want to also welcome ACP Dr. Gary McKenzie. Sir McKenzie, please join us. Dr. McKenzie is a senior leader in the JCF with extensive experience in traffic operations and public safety reform. As ACP, Assistant Commissioner of Police, he understands the realities of law enforcement and the legislative gaps that hinder helmet law enforcement. Help me welcome ACP McKenzie. Our next panelist is Yelisa Mendoza. Yelisa is a civil engineer and traffic safety analyst at Intrant. She has supported national reforms to strengthen helmet safety enforcement in the Dominican Republic and brings insight into cross-sector coordination. Help me welcome Yelisa. And our final panelist is Mr. Felix Serrano Campos. He is the director of transit in El Salvador, and since 2004, he has led major reforms and introduced smart traffic solutions, including an intelligent transportation system with adaptive traffic lights, automated enforcement, and highway monitoring. Please help me to welcome Felix. So as Paula mentioned, today we will discuss the regional legislative and regulatory barriers around helmet safety. We will hope to identify practical pathways to align local regulations with global standards, how we can enhance enforcement mechanisms and increase access to certified helmets. Now, I want us to start with Sam, with a presentation to explain how Transed has supported safe transport systems in developing contexts, as I know you have done quite a bit of work in Kenya. We'd love to hear from you what that process has been like and some of the lessons learned to see how we can look to leverage that here in our local context.
Thank you, Emil. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to talk a little bit today about a case study from outside of the region in East Africa. My work is in Kenya, largely, but we have the honor of being the first coalition which the FIA Foundation supported. And notwithstanding that, being here today is a real learning opportunity for myself to see what other coalitions are doing. So thank you again. So just to tell you a bit about the project itself, it's a national helmet wearing coalition. We've adopted the same name. We've been working in Kenya since June 2021. And we have sort of 4 key objectives. The first of which is to develop and create and sustain an ongoing coalition of multiple stakeholders. The second is to implement coalition-led projects. So these are the organizations sitting within the coalition. We support them to implement scalable projects which address the needs identified by the coalition. The third one, and this is about legislation and probably speaks more to the point today, legislation and how it aligns with enforcement. And I'll tell you a bit about the context as we go forward. And the last objective is a regional action, creating sort of a regional call of action, Pan-African wide, which we're also working with the FIA Foundation to do through the Safe African Helmets Initiative. So I'm going to focus on objective 3, which, as I said, speaks more to the topic of this particular panel. And our objective, and this is defined after a significant amount of research, but also supported by the rest of the coalition members. Our objective is to establish a helmet testing laboratory in Kenya and to support stronger enforcement of the current legislation. And I'll tell you a bit about the context in which we're working. So we have seen a rapid growth in commercial motorcycle taxis in East Africa for the last couple of decades. Of the total motorcycle fleet in Kenya, more than 90% are commercial vehicles providing taxi services, and increasingly the transportation of goods, packages, and so forth. There are currently an estimated 2.4 million bodabodas, as we call them in Kenya, or motorcycle taxis in nationwide. And it's not an exaggeration to say it's completely changed mobility within the country. It's brought essential services closer to rural, isolated communities, and it's also opened up opportunities to access education and employment. So from my perspective, and I think from most people's perspective, the growth in motorcycles has been a really positive thing overall in Kenya. However, it does come with a risk to personal safety. There are more than 22 million journeys every day in Kenya, nationwide. many, in fact, almost the majority of young men are employed within this industry. And without this industry, who knows what they'd be doing. And we, after sort of years of catch-up from 2008, which is when this growth started, Kenya is actually in a really strong position now legislative-wise. We have strong legislation around the need to wear helmets. We also have legislation from a retailer point of view where for every bike sold, 2 helmets have to be given. Helmets have to be yellow. They have to have the registration plate from the motorcycle on the back of the helmet. So actually, it's a fairly robust sort of set of laws. The legislation also links to the helmet standard, and we have a national helmet standard, a Kenyan standard in Kenya, which is not the same as the internationally recognized ones, but it is a robust standard and regarded as such. And importantly, it links to the legislation, which is a rarity in Africa. Not many countries have that. An increasing number of road traffic fatalities. We saw 35% in the last 2 years, motorcycle-related deaths. Helmet prevalence is poor. So in the cities, you'll see somewhere in the region of 50 to 60%. In rural areas, you'll see much, much lower. And for passengers, very, very low figures, more like in the region of 10, 12% of passengers wearing helmets. And counterfeit helmets dominate the market, despite the fact there is a standard. There is no research on this. We're hoping to correct this in the next few months, but an estimation is somewhere around 90% of the helmets on the market in Kenya are substandard. And this standard has been in place since 2012, so it obviously indicates a limited capacity to actually implement the standard. We were proud to participate in some research which we published last year in March. This has sort of served to further our advocacy efforts to government to actually say to them, you should be spending more on enforcement or investing more or prioritizing helmet safety more. Some of the key findings, I'm only going to touch on some of them. I'm happy to provide a link to this research. But you can see that's the helmet prevalence in Nairobi, so the main city. 63% of riders wearing helmets, 15% of pillion passengers. And you can see some of the key points I've underlined. Strict enforcement is a primary motive for actually riders wearing a helmet. And affordability is the key reason as to why riders do not, those that do not. When we look at the police data in Kenya, we can see that for a period of 18 months, from May 22 to October 23, there were just under 10,000 motorcycle crashes recorded. This is national data, by the way. 24% of those 10,000 resulted in fatalities. 56 incurred serious injuries, which involved hospitalization. And you can also see that on the most part, it's the rider who is injured or more likely to die as a result of a motorcycle crash than the passenger. And this is probably related to the fact that the rider is on the bike far more than the passengers are, maybe. Anyway, it's interesting. We also delved into the hospital records of 2 hospitals in Nairobi. We conclusively came to the point that said that the largest group of injuries in Nairobi are head injuries, and also that the fact that head injuries are the most common form of injury is directly related to the low helmet prevalence. And then we look deeper into the hospital records, we can see that head injuries obviously are more severe in nature. They tend to lead to longer hospital stays, and therefore the rider is away from their day-to-day job. And also it's the most expensive in terms of healthcare costs to the rider and obviously their families as well. The research also sort of in an effort to humanize the story, we did a few case studies with victims of motorcycle crashes. And you can see here, just from the underlined bit in the middle, the cost of Andrew's healthcare costs something in the region of $15,000 US, which he did not have insurance for, and therefore had to pay that through a mixture of the other party involved in the crash, but also friends and family. So it's a considerable amount that we're talking about here. Andrew lost his leg. Actually, he lost his right leg, and he can no longer ride a bike, unfortunately. So that brings us back to our objective as a coalition, which is to establish the helmet testing lab. We currently have a situation, Dr. Wendell, this chimes with what you were saying. We currently have a situation whereby we have third-party certification. In most of the helmets coming into the country are from India, but there are loopholes which are being exploited very obviously, because 90% of the helmets on the market are substandard. Most of those helmets are coming in from outside of the country, I'm sad to say, and I think we see the helmet testing, bringing the helmet testing capacity in country as a way of stemming that flow of counterfeit helmets, but also as a way of stimulating local industry and supporting local helmet manufacturers to produce helmets. And obviously that keeps the price low for the riders. And you'll see from the previous case study, which I'm just going to quickly go back to, riders earn in the vicinity of around $9 or $10 a day in Kenya, and that's before they've paid for fuel and before they've paid for any repairs and maintenance to their bikes. So the important thing is keep it affordable. We've taken a stance whereby we've resisted pressure from donors to go to an international standard immediately. We've received a lot of pressure in that respect from the UN agencies to adopt the UN 2205 standard. We've decided not to. We've decided that better we get helmets on heads tomorrow rather than in 2 years' time, which is how long it would take to be certified and so forth. More now, the UN standard becomes an aspirational standard, which we will move to when the time is right. Productive conversations currently taking place with the World Bank. The Kenyan government have now officially asked for a loan from the World Bank to fund the helmet testing lab. And the helmet testing lab is one of their key objectives for their National Road Safety Action Plan, which was launched in April last year. So some really positive things to do, to report moving forward. And in the background, we're supporting the coalition-led projects which address some of the other issues, because obviously getting a helmet testing lab is just one step in a very long journey. We've implemented the Affordable Helmet Initiative, which works through cooperatives to provide flexible ways for riders to actually pay for quality helmets. We've trained enforcement authorities to prioritize helmet safety in certain districts. And we're an ongoing thing, there's an ongoing campaign to actually raise awareness amongst riders about the importance of them investing in their own safety as well. So next steps is to continue to build a strong coalition. We're going to be working with the Kenyan Bureau of Standards to build their capacity so that when we get the lab, we can hit the ground running. We want to establish a baseline which looks at the prevalence of counterfeit helmets in Kenya so that we can measure the impact of the testing lab once it's in place. And we want to look at sort of other capacities around market surveillance and so forth. So that's just a very quick whistle-stop tour of the project.
All right, thank you much, Sam. Quite a bit we see happening in Kenya. And before we move to ACP to address some of our enforcement gaps and speak to some of the practical challenges, I would love to ask Sam, what has the relationship been like with the police and those who drive motorcycles in Kenya? What has that relationship been like in terms of enforcement?
It's been difficult. I think it's difficult to actually prioritize or to get sort of the authorities to prioritize helmet safety. It's a very hierarchical police force, and it's sometimes quite difficult to get your message across. But there was a really positive development 2 years ago in Kenya, whereby the police, I think they openly admit that there are enforcement shortfalls in the way that they sort of get helmets on heads. And the regulation 2 years ago introduced a mandatory membership of an association. So all riders have to be members of an association or a cooperative or a SACCO, we call them in Kenya. And in that way, those SACCOs, a certain responsibility from an enforcement side passes to them.
Okay.
You know, it's important that they make sure their riders are compliant, and it releases the pressure from the police. And actually, most of our work from an enforcement on the ground perspective is through the SACCOs and the associations.
Interesting. We know that we also, and thank you for that, we know we also have an issue of the motorcycle taxis here in Jamaica. So I'm going to throw directly to Dr. Mackenzie now to speak to us quickly about some of those real challenges that we're having here locally, and what has the JCF been doing to address some of these gaps?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, both in-house and online. So one of the things that we recognize in Jamaica is that we have always had a challenge with helmet. Over the past 20 years, we have seen a kind of shift in terms of how those challenges have gone. For example, our larger motorcycle drivers, they were the ones who were not wearing helmets before. But now it has shifted to the guys who actually drive what we call the very small bikes. And we have a name, they have their names. Along with that as well, we have a kind of what I would say, subcultural tendencies among our motorcyclists. And that is one of the things that has affected us. For example, the guys who drive motorcycles, especially in the rural parts, they seem to have a kind of carefree attitude. And apart from just driving the motorcycles without helmets, they are not of the belief that they are actually driving a motor vehicle anyway. They just believe that they are actually, just riding a kind of free-for-all thing. We have been able in Jamaica to try and address those concerns. And one of the things that we have done is to strengthen our Road Traffic Act in terms of how motorcyclists in particular should get driver's permit and how they should operate, especially when they are learning to drive these motorcycles. Unfortunately, we have not been as successful as we want to. For example, as it relates to the law, when someone is learning to drive a motorcycle, they should have the learner's permit, and someone who has a bona fide driver's permit should actually be driving some 6 meters behind them. And they themselves should not be driving with a pillion passenger. That has proven to be quite difficult to enforce. And so that problem persists. And in addition to that, the fact that we have the challenges with helmets. One of the strategies that we have sought to do is to actually conduct a lot of initiatives within the police force, along with key stakeholders, to include the National Road Safety Council. We have the motorcycle, the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, and other entities to try and see how best we can get these persons to wear helmets. We have not been as successful as we can. Some of the reasons why we have not been as successful as we should is because of resistance to change. That is really a main thing. And even if some of the drivers of motorcycles wear helmets, chances are the pillion riders don't. And that is also a challenge. And as it relates to drivers, motorcycle drivers, who decide that they should not wear helmets, when they are stopped, they find all kinds of excuses. They say because of the tropical climate in Jamaica, they say it's very hot. Some persons will say, well, officers, we are riding around in our communities and we're not going very far. And, you know, these are some of the reasons. They are also saying to us that helmets restrict their personal freedom. And that is quite interesting when you measure it against saying to them, well, what about your safety? If you are safe, then you will be around to ride much more. So one of the things that we have also encountered, because it is really not only about them, because we have the law in our hands and it is very important that we seek to enforce those laws. But what we find is that enforcement may not be as consistent as it should. And maybe consistent might not be the right word, as to say that we are challenged by the expanse of how we should enforce, especially in the western end of the island. For example, you may have a police station that has 27 districts to monitor, maybe a maximum of 2 vehicles. Most of our crashes, especially involving motorcycle deaths, where 90% of the time they are not wearing helmets. They take the chances between 3 p.m. and 2 a.m. in the mornings. And so it is very difficult and challenging to enforce. We also know that, you know, a lot of our young men, they are the persons who are riding these motorcycles. And so apart from the challenge of, you know, them not conforming, we lose a lot of our young men who still do not see the reason to wear helmets whilst they are driving. Unfortunately, there is a lot of police in the urban areas, and we have seen a lot of improvement, but we continue to see where the rural parts of our island is suffering where that is concerned. And so one of the things we have seen as it relates to helmet is that there has been good improvement in terms of what we are seeing in our 2 cities, Kingston and St. Andrew, and in Montego Bay. We are seeing a very positive shift, but unfortunately, as I said before, a lot of challenge still in our rural areas. We definitely have to try and step up our game. One of the things that we have to do is that, as it relates to how we strategize and treat with the problem of not wearing helmets, we have to be able to get these persons and prosecute them. The fact is that we have done a lot of prosecution. Each year we have even seized over 2,000 motorcycles. We have prosecuted over 5,000 persons, for example. For helmets, the fact is, though, they continue to not wear helmets. And so one of the things that we have to do is to be able to clamp down on these persons who are driving without helmets and disallow them from driving. That is easier said than done, because they are willing to take a lot of chances. And that is what they have been doing in terms of not wearing helmets. I believe one of the things that we can do is that we need to, it has been discussed about tying the sale of motorcycles to the selling of helmets. That is something that we can do to see how best accessibility can work in terms of persons having helmets. We note as well that there is a lot of sympathy within our society. There's no joke about that. Every single day, the police will see persons driving motorcycles. The driver may have helmets, but he have his little girl or little boy going to school without helmet. And even though we have done a lot of work around it, there is always this cry for us to be discretionist about these things. But we have to continue to be very serious. I believe that a lot of community-based intervention has to be done. We have to be more persuasive. We have to be able to communicate to these persons that, listen, it is the difference between you not losing your life and you being able to move around and to do what you have to do safely. If we are not able to get into the mindset of these persons, we are still going to have a problem. And so we continue to be challenged by having almost 30% of persons who are traveling on motorcycles being killed on our roads. And even though I believe that we are doing a little better than last year, it is still far too much. And so the work continues where that is concerned.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Dr. Mackenzie, and those numbers are indeed troubling, 30%. But we do appreciate that we have seen some amount of legislative reform, surely from the 1938 Act compared to the 2018 Act. We know that there a lot of work, and I know you were a part of the committee. It's safe to assume then that the police may be sufficiently empowered, or do you think that there is anything that can be done to further empower the police to enforce these helmet-wearing laws?
Well, as you have said, there's a law against not wearing helmet, both for pillion riders and for the drivers, and so that is in place. One of the things that seriously affect how we are able to manage that process, as I have said before, it is the chances that people are willing to take. We can always say improve the fines, improve the number of points, but and we know that there are challenges with that, and so it is really not very easy. We have to continue to enforce the law. I believe that the fines are reasonable. I believe that the points are also reasonable. One of the things that I believe should happen is that we should not allow a very long time, as it is now, for persons to be able to learner's permit to drive motorcycles. I believe that the time should be shortened. It is something that we need to look at. And I believe that getting a bona fide driver's license will give a person a more sense of responsibility in terms of recognizing the importance of being safe.
Indeed. Thank you for that. And that is indeed food for thought in terms of a possible course of action. Yelisa, the Dominican Republic has gone through some policy reform. You have heard the challenges that we have here in Jamaica from an enforcement perspective. We'd love for you to share your insights, data, on how that reform has helped the DR to see some meaningful change.
Yes, thank you for having me here. Not seeing the presentation. Okay. Well, my name is Yelisa Mendoza. I'm a road safety analyst in Intrant, which is the National Institute of Traffic and Ground Transportation in the Dominican Republic. I'm here on behalf of our Director of Road Safety, Andiel Galvan, who unfortunately couldn't be here due to other work commitments, but I'll try to represent him as best as I can. And today I'll be discussing the National Helmet Policy Reform and Enforcement in the Dominican Republic. First, I think it's important to present some of the crash data in the Dominican Republic to characterize the road safety levels in the country and identify key issues. This data was obtained from the OPSEVI, which is our permanent observatory for road safety, and the data set corresponds to the year 2024. Here we can see our vehicle fleet distribution. Motorcycles make up 58.4% of our vehicle fleet, which is the vast majority, with around 3.5 million motorcycles, followed by passenger cars with 30.9%, divided in sedans and SUVs, and trucks 9.1%, and the remaining is buses and heavier vehicles. So as a middle-income country, many families and individuals are highly dependent on the motorcycle as their main mode of transportation, and some actually as their main source of income now with the surge in different digital platforms for services, delivery, taxis, etc. Here we have the traffic citations issued in 2024 for all drivers, and we can see that not wearing a helmet is the main citation issued with around 30% of all citations, and these are the motorcyclists that were actually caught. Some actually do evade police sanctions. So this shows that there is low compliance with motorcycle use in the country. And if we combine that with the other risk factors that we see here, represented by the citations, such as crossing in red, high speeds, distracted by cell phones, etc., that all contributes to the higher rates of injuries and deaths for motorcyclists. Here we can see the total amount of deaths due to road traffic accidents we had in 2024. And we had 3,114 fatalities. That's around 8 people every day dying in our country, which is a very high number, and something we would like to reduce. This translates to around 28.8 fatalities per 100,000 people, which places us, according to the World Health Organization ranking of 2023, places us as number 2 in the Americas for road fatalities, and number 13 worldwide, which again, we would greatly love to reduce these numbers. If we analyze the deaths by type of vehicle, 66.8% of fatalities correspond to motorcycle riders, which makes them our most vulnerable road user, and it's actually around 12 points higher than their share of the vehicle fleet, which is quite worrying. If we analyze the deaths based on gender and age, in gender there's a great disparity in road traffic deaths. Men represent 87.7% of fatalities, and women 12.3%. Men are more likely to utilize the motorcycle as their main source of transportation, but still it's quite a great disparity between the genders. And around 53% of our fatalities corresponds to our youth, people between the ages of 15 and 34 years of age. So our country is losing young, productive adults to these road traffic accidents. So these traffic accidents have a high cost to our economy. It's estimated that around 2.5% of our GDP is dedicated to treating these injuries and fatalities, which is around $3.4 billion per year. Our main traumatological hospital, called Ney Arias Lora, reported that in 2023, they spent 65% of their budget to treat road traffic victims, spending on average for patients with polytrauma, an average of $2,500 to $3,500 per patient. Each day in ICU, between $10,000 to $11,000. And for less injured patients, around $300 to $600 each. I think it skipped one, but well, in 2024, there was a presidential decree emitted because the executive power recognized that this is a concerning issue and that we need to improve road traffic safety in the country. So they emitted this decree so all public entities and private entities can participate in creating a new strategic plan to reduce traffic deaths in the country, at least less than 50% of injuries and deaths by 2030, which aligns with the UN goal. And one of those lines of action is legislative reform. Within it is the helmet legislation reform. So we revised existing motorcycle helmet legislation and did our best to improve it. So the existing law, 6317, that regulates mobility, ground transportation, traffic, and road safety in the Dominican Republic, in its articles 157 and 251, it states that all drivers and passengers of motorcycles must use a motorcycle helmet, a homologated helmet, based on the standards determined by Intrant, but it doesn't specify which standards those may be. Then in Article 339, it states that Intrant must create the regulations about motorcycle use and bicycle use, and within it, including motorcycle helmet requirements. So in 2020, presidential decree established these regulations for motorcycle use and bicycle use, etc. And in Articles 11 and 19, it states that, again, that motorcycle drivers and passengers must use a homologated helmet and that a technical norm must be established that determines the criteria of what is a homologated helmet for us. So after this, we began the preparation of this technical norm to define what the homologated motorcycle helmet will be. So this process started in January of this year. We had a visit and a 2-day workshop from FIA Foundation where we learned about motorcycle helmet use, regulations, standards, etc. They provided us with a lot of source material and information that we used as our foundation to start this process. And in March of this year, we began this process. We held various meetings with public, private sector, civil society, etc., to be an inclusive process. During this, we received ongoing advice from international experts, primarily from FIA Foundation, to which we are very grateful for all their help throughout this process. I don't think we would have been able to complete our norm without their help. We also had some external consultants from Colombia. Additionally, we had meetings with local representatives, influencers from the automotive sector, motorcycle helmet and motorcycle importers and distributors, members of civil society, etc., because we wanted an open, inclusive, and representative process. And finally, we had meetings with relevant government institutions, such as DGA, which is our customs agency, and Indocal, which is our Dominican Institute of Quality, which are both critical institutions for us prohibiting the entry into the country of non-certified helmets. So after all of this process, we decided our homologated helmet has to be a certified helmet that has undergone rigorous testing, that meets specific standards, and that has the ability to protect the user in the event of an accident. These are some examples of the tests that they must pass: impact tests, peripheral vision, etc. And all of this because we're aware that wearing a good quality helmet can reduce the risk of death from a traffic accident by 40% and serious injury by 70%. So our technical norm allows 10 international standards, which you can see listed here. What we wanted to do was to provide a broad selection of standards that included standards within the region, within the Americas, standards with different price points, so it can be available for everyone within the market, and that it covered the countries where we already import the majority of our helmets that are currently not certified, but they could just change to a certified helmet within the same country. So for a helmet to be considered homologated, it must be certified by one of these standards, and it must be in the 4 presentations that you see below. So a 3/4 or open face helmet, modular helmets, full face, or off-road. We are not allowing at the moment half helmets. So our next steps in this legislative reform process and enforcement would be currently this draft of the technical regulations is in a public consultation process for 20 days where it's published on our website and all citizens can view it and can give out their opinions and recommendations. And if we have to change it according to what the public says, then we may do so. After the approval of this technical norm, the importation of non-certified helmets will be prohibited 30 days after this approval. And the enforcement measures will begin 6 months after the approval of this norm. This is to give the users a grace period so they can obtain their certified helmets. We plan on providing support and guidance regarding the correct certified helmets to all helmet importers so that they're aware and they're importing the correct helmets. We want to start educational campaigns so that all users can identify these certified helmets, probably by using a QR code as well. We need to train our DHESED traffic agents so they can identify the correct helmets and can issue the correct citations. And we also want to strengthen the requirements for obtaining a motorcycle license by strengthening both the theoretical tests and the practical tests. So these are all the things that we would like to do to try to reduce this high rate of motorcycle fatalities that we are having in this country. And we hope we can be successful in this. Thank you.
What I like about what Yelisa mentioned, she described a process that I think we're all quite familiar with. I know ACP would agree that I think we went down this process quite similarly a few years ago. So I say that to say that we have the answer. We know what to do. We just now need to start seeing the results. I'm going to now invite Felix, who will be speaking through an interpreter, to share with us some of the successes that he has seen in El Salvador, and hopefully some lessons to help us to close the gap from the amendments to now seeing meaningful change. Felix?
Hola, buen día. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much
por la invitación a El Salvador.
Invitation from Salvador part.
El viceministro de Transporte se disculpa, no pudo
The
participar.
Minister of Transportation sends his apologies because he couldn't participate.
Delegó en mi persona la representación de El Salvador. Estoy muy contento de estar en el Caribe por primera vez.
And I'm here representing him, and I'm very happy because it's the first time that I'm here in the Caribbean.
Y en especial en Jamaica, un país, como se decía antes, del cual tengo recuerdos en el fútbol como un rival difícil para El Salvador.
And especially in Jamaica, that I have Jamaica as one of those rivals in terms of football that I carry in my heart. It was a great experience.
Y también porque me encanta su música, el reggae, su principal género.
And also because I love the reggae music.
Así que muchas gracias. Voy a contarles del Salvador.
And thank you very much. I'm going to now talk about El Salvador experience.
Somos un país que tiene una población de 6.4 millones de habitantes.
We are a country that we have 6.4 million inhabitants.
21,000 kilómetros cuadrados de extensión territorial.
21 square meters of land.
Somos territorialmente muy pequeños, pero de corazón y de espíritu muy grande como país.
We have as a territory, a small space, but our spirit and heart is very big.
Gracias. Y estamos también actualmente registrando 1.9 millones de vehículos del parque vehicular a nivel nacional.
And right now we have around 1.9 vehicles registered in this moment in El Salvador.
De estos 1.9 millones
From this 1.9 million vehicles,
de estos 1.9 millones de vehículos, 600,000 vehículos son motocicletas.
600,000 vehicles are motorcycles.
Y estimamos que el 47% de motociclistas no posee licencia de conducir.
And we have an estimated of 47% of motorcyclists who doesn't possess a license.
Ustedes pueden ver en las gráficas,
As you can notice here,
de acuerdo al estudio observacional que hicimos en el año 2022,
taking into account the observational study that we did in the year 2022,
que aunque la mayoría de conductores de motocicleta utiliza casco, el 98.6%, solo el 69%, perdón, solo el 30.2% lo usa bien y el 70% aproximadamente lo usa de forma incorrecta.
so as you can notice, even though they wear the helmet, around 69.8% they don't wear the helmet properly, and 30.2% they don't wear it not at all.
En una cifra muy parecida a la de nuestros hermanos de República Dominicana, el 95% de conductores son hombres y el 5% mujeres.
And just like for our partners from Dominican Republic, 95% of the motorcycles are men and 5% are women.
En El Salvador, el uso principal que se hace de la motocicleta es para ir al trabajo, con un 80% aproximadamente de uso para el trabajo.
So in El Salvador, around 80% of the motorcyclists, they just use it to go to work.
También el estudio observacional reflejó de que solo el 28.4% de los conductores utiliza calzado apropiado.
So in the study that we did, only 28.42% of the motorcycle use the appropriate shoe wearing.
24.27% utiliza guantes.
24.27% use gloves.
4.41% de conductores utiliza chaleco reflectante.
4.41% they use the security jacket.
Y solo el 2.35% coderas y rodilleras.
And only the 2.35% use equipment to protect their knees and ankle.
De acuerdo al sistema de salud de El Salvador, el 46% de atenciones a motociclistas accidentados es sobre traumatismos intercraneales.
So taking into account the health department in El Salvador, 47% of the motorcycle has when they have a crash, they harm their brain, their head area.
Y en otros porcentajes, otro tipo de traumatismos menos, digamos, menos graves, pero igual que deja afectaciones graves.
And the other percentage are different traumas that are less harmful, but still are coming from those type of crash.
En junio del 2024 publicamos nuestro plan de seguridad vial a motociclistas.
In June 2024, we published the road safety plan for motorcycles,
el cual tiene 9 objetivos y 26 acciones. Ahí no aparece completo el número de acciones.
So we have 9 objectives and 26 actions, but not all of them are shown there.
Y a lo que va del año, hemos avanzado muchísimo en los objetivos que tienen un check color verde.
Well, during the entire year, we have been making progress, and mainly on those objectives that you can see the green tick.
Y es algo de lo que también traigo para compartirles.
And there are some elements that I want to share with you.
En diciembre del 2024 se hizo una reforma a la Ley de Transporte, Tránsito y Seguridad Vial.
So in December of 2024, we did a reform, that is the current law, about riding motorcycles on sidewalks.
Y en este cuadro comparativo podemos ver lo que se legislaba para las motos antes de la reforma y lo que se legisló a partir del 2024 a la fecha.
And here in this chart, you can see the comparison between what was before and what is now after this law.
En nuestra legislación anterior se multaba, se infraccionaba a los conductores que no portaran casco protector, pero no se hacía referencia a un casco certificado, solo si tenía o no un casco protector, y la infracción era por $34.29.
So previously, we give a fee to those motorcycles who didn't wear a helmet. But we never do an establishment of a certified helmet. And in this case, we are making clear that the helmet have to be certified.
Con la reforma de ley, esa misma infracción se modificó a $150 y se obliga a que se ocupe un casco certificado.
And also the fee, the amount of money that they have to pay, changed from $34.29 to $150.
También se infraccionaba que el acompañante no utilizara casco protector por $34.29 y ahora también se exige al acompañante un casco certificado y si no se cumple con una multa de $150.
Also previously, we didn't take into account the passenger on the motorcycle, and now they have to wear the helmet and the amount of money that they have to pay is $150 as well.
De igual forma, no se puede transportar a más de 2 personas en una motocicleta. Esto también tuvo un cambio en cuanto al monto de la multa de $34 a $150.
And also that no more than one person can be a passenger, and it changed also the fee from $34.29 to $150.
Como ustedes vieron en el estudio observacional, un muy bajo porcentaje utiliza chalecos reflectantes. Se incluyó en la ley de diciembre la prohibición de conducir motocicleta entre las 6 de la tarde y las 6 de la mañana sin usar un chaleco reflectante.
And in this case, also we established by the law that motorcycles, they have to wear a jacket that it can be seen at night from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. If not, you cannot ride the bike.
Ahora también se infracciona el no utilizar lentes apropiados cuando se conduce una motocicleta, cuando el casco no cuenta con el visor protector.
So if the helmet doesn't have a protector, also we have a fee if they don't wear the right glasses for this.
Y también se incluyó una prohibición a circular sobre aceras o sobre carriles exclusivos para ciclistas a las motos que tienen una cilindrada mayor a 50 centímetros cúbicos.
So also we have a prohibition for circulating over the sidewalks if the bike has certain size.
Adicional, se impuso una disposición en la nueva ley de no permitir el registro de motocicletas que no posean el sistema de luces encendidos.
Also, we established that you cannot use bikes that doesn't have the appropriate lighting.
Esto a partir de los 6 meses después de entrada en vigencia la ley.
This is after 6 months that the law was established.
Igualmente, el uso del casco certificado es obligatorio un año después de entrada en vigencia la ley, es decir, a partir de diciembre de este año.
So, and the use of the certified helmet, is compulsory after 1 year, starting this December.
Y por otro lado, una reforma crucial y muy importante para nosotros fue facultar al Viceministerio de Transporte para imponer infracciones apoyados en tecnología, en un sistema de cámaras que haga una detección automática de infracciones.
And also an important law that it was to authorize the Vice Ministry of Transportation using electronic civilian system to make sure that the motorcycles who don't follow the law are identified.
Esto creemos es una importante estrategia. Tenemos situaciones parecidas en la región. No podemos tener un policía, un hombre en cada esquina y creo que este sistema ha permitido poder tener una cobertura 24 horas de diferentes sitios de carretera.
Yeah, because it's really important, because remember that we cannot have a police officer in every corner 24 hours. So I think that this system is it helps a lot with this.
Una de las apuestas de nuestro plan es contar con mejores cascos. En el año 2025 hemos publicado la norma técnica salvadoreña 125.0124.
So in this case, we also establish that the motorcycles wear certified helmets with the law 13.125/0124.
Esta norma está basada en la regulación 22 de Naciones Unidas.
This norm is based on the regulation of United Nations.
Y bueno, comprende y establece el tipo de pruebas que se deben de realizar a los cascos protectores para regular el producto que entra al mercado salvadoreño.
And this establishes all the type of tests that have to be done to the different helmets in order to be accepted as certified helmets.
También en la norma salvadoreña se regula las especificaciones a los visores de los cascos.
So in in El Salvador, the certified helmets also have to have peripheral vision.
Así que en la actualización de la guía que nos compartía el doctor Terry, vamos a aparecer ahora sí como un país que cumple con estos estándares.
So as the Dr. Terry was saying, we are one of those countries that we are guiding ourselves by these standards.
Buenas prácticas también, trabajamos una guía de buenas prácticas, creemos que el conocimiento empodera a las personas.
And we have a good practices guide because we know that knowledge will empower people.
Trabajamos un material de fácil comprensión para los motociclistas que hemos distribuido de forma gratuita y también lo hemos publicado en nuestras redes sociales.
We have a material very clear and with all the elements, and we facilitate this free through social media as well, in a digital way.
Y parte de las acciones de nuestro plan es incrementar también las regulaciones en materia de tráfico.
Also, one of our strategies is to increase the check-in through the traffic areas.
Nuestra presencia en las carreteras ha permitido identificar a conductores de motocicletas sobre carriles exclusivos para ciclistas.
Our presence on the road was really crucial to identify some motorcycles on the road.
Motociclistas con pasajeros sin casco.
Motorcyclists who are on the road with passengers without helmet.
Y también lo que es peor, motociclistas en estado de ebriedad o bajo los efectos de drogas.
And the worst part are those motorcycles who are under the influence of alcohol or drugs.
Otra de las reformas importantes de nuestra ley que no mencioné aquí, porque solo mencioné las que están relacionadas a motociclistas.
One of the other laws that I didn't mention here that is very important.
Otra de las reformas es que tenemos tolerancia cero al alcohol en conductores en El Salvador a partir de diciembre del 2024.
From December 2024, we have zero tolerance towards alcohol users.
También diseñamos una app para la imposición de esquelas. Esto es una herramienta para nuestros policías y gestores de tráfico, quienes pueden imponer multas desde su teléfono celular utilizando la app.
And in this case, we also have an app to enforce the actions of motorcycles, that in this case, it facilitates our police officers that from their phones, they can send those infractions to the motorcycles.
La app permite adjuntar evidencia y también permite una notificación inmediata de la infracción al conductor.
And this app, it allows you to add evidence and give an instant notification to the driver.
the rider.
Algo también que quiero mencionar, y lo decía, que para nosotros es un proyecto que suma muchísimo a los esfuerzos de fiscalización.
And in this case, is something important for our fiscalization work that I want to mention in this case is.
Es que en enero de este año comenzamos la operación del sistema de fotomultas.
We start from January this year, the fees through pictures.
A nivel nacional, ahí los números no aparecen bien. En el número de arriba son 65 sitios que tenemos fiscalizados con fotomulta y actualmente tenemos 8 sitios activos porque llevamos una implementación progresiva del sistema.
So we have around 65 locations. You can't see the number properly here, but are 65 locations, but we have 8 active equipment. You can see it right on the map, but those are areas that we have under control and we are doing it progressively.
En las carreteras que hemos comenzado a operar el sistema es Boulevard Monseñor Romero y Autopista Comalapa, en esas fechas que ustedes ven en la presentación.
So here you can see the different roads that we started this process, Boulevard Monseñor Romero, and the starting dates.
Para el criterio de dónde ubicar estos equipos, analizamos 7 años atrás de siniestralidad y la selección de los sitios fue en función de los lugares que mayor concentración de fatalidades tenía.
So in the case of how we chose these sites, we pay attention to around 6 years of fatalities. So those sites where more fatalities happen, that's where we established this system.
La detección de infracción que hace el sistema es exceso de velocidad y en las imágenes pueden ver un ejemplo de motociclistas infringiendo la ley en estas carreteras.
So in this case, some of the violations that are detected mainly is speedy, and you can see some of the pictures of motorcycles who.
Un aspecto importante del sistema fue obligar a que el sistema tuviera una doble detección de infracción, es decir, el sistema toma una fotografía delantera y una fotografía trasera a la infracción, dado que en El Salvador las motos tienen una sola placa y la tienen al lado de atrás.
Well, in this case, the system, one of the important things that we establish is the tower that identify the infractions and take a picture to the front of the bike and the back of the bike, because in El Salvador, the bikes has the plate at the back. So that's why it's important.
Y el sistema es tan bueno que nos ha permitido ver con las fotografías también si un conductor porta o no casco también. Y hemos implementado sanciones, aunque no de forma automática, pero sí a través de nuestros policías basados en la fotografía.
And the system is so good that we can even notice if the rider is wearing a helmet or not, and through the police officers, if we don't give them the ticket at the moment, it can be done at a later date.
En una de las carreteras que ya está implementado el sistema fotomultas, de 27 de enero al 27 de junio, registramos un 50% menos ya de fatalidades. En el 2024 se registraban 4 en este tiempo del año, y en el año actual solo 2 fallecidos.
So in this case, we notice how it declined, because from January, normally we had 4 at this day, January 27 to June, and at the moment we have 2, so it's a 50% decrease.
En la autopista Comalapa, que es la carretera que conecta el aeropuerto internacional con la ciudad capital de El Salvador, registramos un 67% menos de fallecidos.
So in this case, that is the road that is going to Comalapa Highway, that is going to the airport. We had 18 and now 6 to this date. That means minus 67% of fatalities.
Pasando de 18 a 16 fallecidos entre el 2024 y el año actual.
So we, from 18 people who lost their life, we are on a 6 now.
Y para finalizar, quiero compartirles la situación general de accidentabilidad de siniestros en El Salvador.
And to finalize, I want to share with you the accident indicators from 2024 to 2025.
Nosotros tenemos un crecimiento anual del 8% del parque vehicular.
So we have around an 8% of increase on vehicles on the road.
Y las motocicletas crecen a un ritmo del 18% aproximadamente al año.
And motor bikes from 13 to 18 per year.
Es normal pensar de que si incrementa la cantidad de vehículos, también en la misma proporción casi incrementa también la cantidad de siniestros.
It's of course normal to think that if we increase the amount of vehicles on the road or bikes, the accidents are going to increase and fatalities.
A pesar de eso, estamos registrando una reducción en muertes de un 14.3%.
But even though we reduce the amount of fatalities to a 14.3%.
Eso en general de todos los vehículos.
That's in general of every type of vehicle.
Y una reducción del 13.2% de fallecidos en motociclistas.
And a reduction of 16.4% of deceased people.
A pesar de ello, nuestro principal desafío siguen siendo los peatones y los motociclistas, quienes representan un 42% y un 39% de las muertes anuales.
Even though our main challenge are the motorcyclists and the persons who use the road normally, that they are around 42.2%.
Haciendo algunas conclusiones y recomendaciones, quisiera decir que es necesario tener una estadística depurada y confiable para el diseño de políticas públicas.
So in this case, as a conclusion and also recommendation, I think that it's necessary to have a realistic statistics, reliable data.
También realizar estudios que permitan identificar otras variables de tipo cualitativo.
And to have studies that can show you qualitative numbers to identify risks.
Estudiar la seguridad de las carreteras bajo metodologías asertivas.
Study the safety of the roads.
También establecer penalidades estrictas es importante, pero a la vez tienen que echarse a andar proyectos que garanticen una fiscalización efectiva de las carreteras.
Establish stricter penalties that supports the actions that have to be achieved for these objectives.
Creo que para El Salvador, como para otros países de la región, es urgente que el transporte público sea una opción atractiva para su movilidad.
I think that just like for El Salvador, the public transportation is an attractive element for all the people to use.
En El Salvador hemos identificado que muchos usuarios de transporte han migrado a la moto como una opción de transporte.
We notice that in El Salvador, many people migrated from public transportation to bikes because they are the ones that financially they can use.
Un desafío importante sigue siendo el hacer asequibles los cascos y los implementos de seguridad a la población.
A constant challenge is the accessibility to helmets for the motorcycles to use.
Y bueno, y por último, creo que la medida más efectiva para reducir fatalidades, obviamente en combinación de estas otras, es controlar la velocidad en las carreteras.
And of course, finally, I think that the most effective way to reduce mortality is the speed control that the motorcycles have on the road.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
So we see there in El Salvador, there was implementation of enforcement of pickup transportation, which we can safely say is greatly in the enforcement of the health requirements or laws of the states. Thank you much for that. Your last line about the practices and
own local challenges here in Jamaica, we have seen that solutions actually exist. And what we need now is action. So let us go forward with purpose. Please forgive, we may skip questions here as we are time bound, but I'm sure the panelists, they'll make themselves available for questions hereafter. But let us move forward with purpose, move forward with intention and impact. I want to thank you and thank our panelists. Please enjoy our lunch.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we make up our time so that we can stay on course, lunch will be plated and served as we move through the proceedings. And the next step is to show you how much we appreciate your participation. So we're going to invite Omar Wright, who is head of our Jamaica Automobile, a member rather of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, to come and make the presentations for us as we say thank you. And after the individual presentations, we ask that you pose for a group photo as well. To stay on track, we will be starting panel 3 as scheduled at 2:25. So it's going to be a working lunch as we move through. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. How could I call Owen Omar? This is Owen Smith from the Jamaica Automobile Association. I'm sorry, Omar Sharif. A round of applause, please, as he assists with the presentations.
Knocking on your door, and I still can knock some more. Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now, for I to knock some more. Yeah, see,
Ladies and gentlemen, together, please. And while we conclude the proceedings on the platform, I wish you bon appetit.
time now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you're enjoying lunch, and that is good. As we get ready to begin the next phase of our program during what will now become a working lunch, we would like you to draw, if you have not already been looking at our photo advocacy display, Helmet Safety in Jamaica, we want to draw your attention to the screens as we play for you People Power, the experience of the NHWC in Mexico. Coalición del Casco. Is that Helmet Coalition? All right. My Spanglish is not too bad after all. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into our next panel, the third and final panel for today. So as I give you the opportunity to wrap up the conversations that you are currently having, so that you can be a part of this bigger conversation that we're now about to embark on, I want to let you know what that conversation will be about. Now, this panel is going to focus on storytelling as a driver of advocacy and change. It's going to highlight how communication strategies and authentic narratives can shift social norms, foster inclusion, and promote helmet use among motorcycle users. It's called Lights, Camera, Action. Storytelling as an effective strategy to drive advocacy, inclusion, and behavior change. Now, I would like to introduce you to the moderator of this, our final panel. She's a lecturer in communication for social and behavior change at the Caribbean School of Media and Communication, CARIMAC, at the UWI Mona here in Jamaica. She's over 20 years, so she has over 20 years of experience in designing and implementing communication interventions across health sectors, different kinds of sectors. She's done HIV/AIDS, gender-based violence, climate change, disaster risk reduction. She's worked as a journalist. She served as a communication specialist with the World Bank, UNDP, and UNICEF Jamaica, as well as the Caribbean Development Bank. She holds undergraduate and postgraduate degrees in journalism from Moscow State University, along with postgraduate diplomas in population and development from the UWI Mona, and education and training from the Vocational Training and Development Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the stage Gail Hode. You're welcome. You're going to use this one?
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Paula. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So you know this is the roughest spot to have in any show because we've all eaten, we've sat through 2 panels, our bellies are full, and we want to sleep. So I have to stand to try to keep you awake, and all my panelists will be standing to try to keep you awake. And I'm also competing with knife and fork and plates and glasses, clink, clink, clink. But let's get going. So good afternoon. Welcome to panel 3. It is story time, right? Get ready for story time. As Paula says, this panel will be looking at stories and storytelling and how these things can drive change, right? Particularly change for motorcycle safety, specifically helmet wearing. And we're looking at storytelling for change among individuals, storytelling for change among government officials, storytelling at the community level, change at all these levels, and stories that can be used at all of these levels. So storytelling is something we hear a lot about these days. We hear about communication specialists who are storytellers. On their LinkedIn profiles, they tell us that they're storytellers, but really what does this all mean, right? When we hear about all these stories, what are they? So I'm going to, in keeping you awake, I'm going to ask you, especially since we have people from all over the world, what are some of the stories you remember from childhood that really stayed with you? So let me go to Mexico, first of all. What are some stories that you remember that stayed with you from Mexico?
Well, when I was a child, we believed in El Coco, which was like some sort of strange demon that will haunt you if, at night or something like that. And that was the nickname of my dad since he was a child as well. So I always remember that story because of that. It was more like a scare story, not that's really scary, but just for you to behave well, something like that.
All right, thank you for that. We have a story from Jamaica. Somebody from Jamaica, tell me what story stayed with you that you heard as a child. Just hand it to any Jamaican down there, them enough. There are lots of us. Just hand the mic to any Jamaican for me. Just hand it to them, force them. Don't ask, it's not a democracy. Hand it to them.
No, why? All right. There are many, but one I remember is if somebody steps over you, like you're seated or you're lying down, and somebody steps over you, that you'll not grow, you'll remain short. That's something I heard growing up.
So that's a saying, but what I want to find out is a story, an actual story, an actual story that you remember from childhood.
I'll have to think about that one. Let somebody else go.
All right, hand to somebody beside you. Let me go to Mr. Belize. Tell me a story from Belize that you remember, that stayed with you. Since we're going all around the world.
I don't remember any story. I remember though, I don't know if a story I was saying. When we were young and we would eat fruits, maybe watermelon or orange, and we would swallow the seed, they would say it is going to grow in our stomach.
It would grow inside of you?
Yes.
Okay.
So we try as best as we can not to have swallowed the seeds.
Okay. One story that stayed with me, anybody in Jamaicans will know the story about the rolling calf, right? So dopey stories, ghost stories, stories about this bull that had eyes of fire and had this chain clinking behind him, and they would always tell you this story late at night as a child, right before you went to bed, so that you couldn't sleep, right? So there are stories, and stories are things that stay with us. Stories are as old as mankind, right? And in our lives, we can all, if we think hard enough, we can remember stories that have been shared with us as children and as adults. And some of these stories really stick with us because of the messages that they have. And that's what we want to talk about today. How can we use stories to get our messages about road safety, motorcycle safety, and helmet wearing across, right? There's an old proverb, an old Native American proverb that says, tell me the facts and I will learn. Tell me the truth and I will believe. But tell me a story and it will live in my heart forever. A lot of the things that we heard about, that we face in getting change, are change that we need in people's hearts and minds. People do not want to do certain things. There are barriers to their behavior change, and so we need to get to their hearts and minds. Stories can help us do that, right? Storytelling is an important part of the solution, and our panelists here today are going to share their experiences in using stories to get to solutions, and also in telling stories as a part of their work. Stories basically help us to empathize with people. They help us understand others better. They help us connect with others. And that really in development work is what we need to do. Our panelists will be sharing their experiences in how they leverage storytelling for their work in health and in road safety. They'll be sharing stories from Jamaica and from Trinidad and from other spaces. They will also be sharing with you tips and some helpful little guidance on how to do effective storytelling. And so, Mr. Music, cue me please. Storytelling. And so we begin by saying, once upon a time, on a balmy June afternoon, in a tastefully decorated hotel room, there sat an audience, and they were waiting. They sat in anticipation, they sat patiently, and they sat waiting for stories. Facing this well-dressed and eager and slightly drowsy post-lunch audience was a panel that was so diverse it boggled the mind. First, there was Dr. Lovett Byfield, a public health specialist and consultant who had worked for years in the trenches tackling HIV and AIDS. She would talk about what it takes to get social and behavior change and how storytelling can help us. Welcome, Dr. Byfield. And then, coming out of the gray skies of the United Kingdom into the warmth of the Caribbean to provide a global perspective on storytelling for change, there was Kate Turner, a communication and advocacy specialist. Welcome, Kate. Thirdly, there was a U.S. Army vet who had served in Afghanistan, who was also a sports bike enthusiast and a motorcycle club president from Jamaica, who would talk about his experience as a biker and working on road safety. Welcome, Christopher Atkinson. Looking like a vet, right? And fourthly, from the land of soca and carnival, there was Mr. Selwyn Prasad, Secretary General of the Trinidad and Tobago Automobile Association, and a man passionate about road safety and jet skiing. He would share his stories about road safety and motorcycling in the Twin Island Republic. Welcome, Selwyn. All right. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have our panel, and this is how we're going to try to run through very quickly and being aware of your time. Dr. Byfield is going to give us some general information about social and behavior change, what it takes to achieve this change, and lessons we can learn from the public health sector that might be applicable for road safety and motorcycle helmet wearing. So, Dr. Byfield, it's over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this panel. And it's really a pleasure to be here. What I would like to share with you today is just to give you a kind of context as to, am I pointing the right place? Why it's not moving? Good. Okay. So what I want to talk about today is basically behavior change, social and behavior change, and a recognition that it's a very intense process that requires a lot of different types of intervention. So first of all, it's a process that aims to change social conditions and individual behaviors. So not just the individual's behavior, but the conditions which facilitate the behavior. And it applies what we call a comprehensive socio-ecological model, which focuses on advocacy, social mobilization, and behavior change communication. So it's all three put together that gives us social and behavior change. And this is a model, a graphic presentation of the model, and it's basically looking at the spheres of influences on the behaviors, the individual, the interpersonal, the organizational, the community, and the public policy. For us, sometimes we tend to focus a lot on the individual level and perhaps the interpersonal, but we may miss a lot on the organizational and the community and the need for advocacy at those levels. So the influences on behavior, we know, at the individual level, you have the knowledge, the belief, the family, the peers, religion, culture. You can give me all of them. Leadership, policies, and regulations. And for us, I think that is a very critical area of challenge as to how we move forward with getting the behavior at the individual level. Okay, and so we recognize that there are significant barriers to behavior change within these levels. At the personal factors, we have knowledge, a lack of knowledge, conflicting beliefs. Interpersonal, we have the relationships that influence the individual against the change. So what does your spouse feel? How do your children feel? How do your boss feel? How does the church feel? How do the work colleagues feel? How do your peers feel? Big barriers to behavior change. And then we look at the environmental factors, circumstances that make it difficult to perform the behavior. For example, high prices, unavailable resources, unsafe environment, and of course, the codes of conduct. And then what are the policies and regulations that exist? In instances where there are absence of policies that will help to create the environment to support the behavior, the desired behavior, that is in fact a challenge. So the social and behavior change communication process has 5 steps, but I've listed all 5 there, but I'm going to be focusing primarily on understanding the situation. Because without our knowledge of a situation, it's very difficult for us to design our strategy, to create the interventions, to do the implementation and monitoring, and then do evaluation and replanning. So we have to start with the first thing, which is understanding the situation. And for us to understand the situation, the process is very interactive, it's researched, it's planned, it's strategic. So that tells me that it goes beyond gut feelings, it goes beyond anecdotes, it goes beyond what a directive from the executive within an agency. It is in fact looking at what it is that we have and how should we act. So the need for data, both quantitative and qualitative research, is central to the process. And I'd like to stress the qualitative as well, because that is so critical. Because many times we just focus on what the numbers are saying. So I've just said that for good data, you need to go beyond the numbers to include the nuances, the why, the cultural norms, the myths, the barriers. And that will improve our understanding of the gaps in the response and inform us what and how we should seek to intervene. This is a very critical step that we should not rush and we should not underfund. It's very critical because it's going to guide us accordingly. So I have just picked out a very small bit of information from the overall challenge that we face with helmet use. And it's a grave concern, and we know that the Road Traffic Act has said it mandates the rider and pillion to wear helmets that conform to prescribed standards. However, compliance remains low. So that's part of our problem. And we have some research data from the foundation which says 60% of motorcyclist users don't wear helmets, even though 80% own helmets. So we have a challenge. But this is only giving us the data, only giving us figures. For good research, for good data, we have to go beyond. So we need some qualitative. And that is why the strategy has to be interactive, researched, and planned. Okay, so looking at storytelling as a strategy in social and behavior change communication, there are some core things to storytelling. It's what is the issue, what is the action, and what is the impact. So the situation is informed by the data. And this data does not have to be costly, because you can do your research with key informant interviews, focus group discussions, and all of those other things. And the action, or what will we take? What action will we take? What will be the message? Who will be the messenger? How will it done? And then the impact is to shift or change to the desirable behavior. And the important thing is, how will we measure the change? So I'm going to share with you a lesson from storytelling from the HIV STI program in Jamaica. I've worked with the program for several years and done a lot of work in sexual and reproductive health. And some of you may recall the actual example I'm going to share with you. In 2008, 2009, we decided that we needed to look at storytelling and the use of testimonials as a tool within storytelling. Persons need to get a sense as to who are these people that we keep on talking about? Because we had a critical issue, a serious issue. There were high levels of stigma and discrimination being experienced by persons living with HIV. And there also at the international level and with us within the national program, there was improved availability and accessibility to drugs. So before that, we didn't have it wasn't as available, wasn't accessible. So we had it available, and so it would be available in the public health facility at no cost to the client. Yay, big point for celebration. But the only thing is, the PLHIV were unwilling to seek care owing to fear of being stigmatized. So we had a problem. What we did find out from some qualitative research was that disclosure was a critical thing for the persons living with HIV, whether voluntary or involuntary. PLHIV were unwilling to disclose to family because they fear rejection, isolation, and some of those other things. Some PLHIV who had disclosed, though, had received support from their family members. So that was an important lesson for us. So how could we get more disclosing to get more support? Selective public disclosure was being used as a persons who were living with HIV were being encouraged or would speak of their status in small settings, settings like these, settings at some schools, some church settings. So they were disclosing. And we were also recognizing that, okay, there wasn't a lot of, there was a shift in terms of how they felt having shared and also how the audience, the immediate audience, would respond to them. So, and also lessons from other countries demonstrated that there were positive outcomes when we had public disclosure. So we said, okay, let us see if we can get the testimony from someone who is living with HIV to tell their story and to see how that will help us to move the program so we would get persons to come out for the antiretrovirals, the ARVs. So we decided, as I said, to use testimonial storytelling, and we identified a person willing to disclose to the public. But there was a lot of things to be done prior to developing the message. We had to prepare the storyteller or the messenger, get a good sense as to what exactly this would mean to be out there telling your story in an environment where there was such stigma and discrimination. So we provided psychosocial support. We ensured that they had a support network from family, friends, and other PLHIVs. And then we prepared the message. What would we say? So the issue was that persons were being stigmatized, persons were afraid to come out, and also the public felt that these persons should not be fully integrated into the community. But what they were saying to us is that we want to be treated as normal. We want to get on with our lives. We want to live positive. We're living with HIV, but we want to live positive. So I'm going to show you how we use what they wanted to say in the campaign that we developed. So we developed a media campaign, 2 phases. We used traditional media, radio, television, print. We used billboards. We also use human interest. I just want to get on with my life. For Ainsley, he basically said football, going to Hellshire. I have my wife. I go to church. I am, in fact, getting on with my life. Allow me to do so by supporting me. So this was just the posters that we used, but there were also, as I said, radio and television advertisement as well, told in a tone that encourage you to come and support us. Don't see us as odd, don't see us as distant. We want this to be see us. By using the testimonials, we were striving to ensure that we build trust and ensure that the persons who were listening or who were targeting could relate to the individual. So we looked at issues that they could relate to. The second phase took us to one young man. Basically, his name was Jason, and he was a young man in an inner city community, and he loved football, and he was just living and vibing with the people in the community and just saying, family links community, I saw the thing said, what's the big deal? Yes, you can support me. So why are you treating me so different? And of course, in the other one, we have Rosie Stone from Another Slice of Life, the lady in the red that would be Rosie Stone. And she basically was the wife of someone who was well known and who had come on before and was basically willing to be part of the campaign. So from using testimonials, that was the action, what was the impact? So as I said, it was done in 2008. In a 2017 Knowledge, Attitude, Practice and Behavior Survey, we noticed that there was a shift in accepting attitudes towards PLHIV. It was 28.9% in 2008 and it shifted to 32.4%. But we have to remember that there are several other things which are happening, so I don't want us to think that this was a sole contributor. We also note that at the clinics, there were increased clients accessing ARVs, and that was from the clinic records. There was an increase in the number of persons who were attending support groups, PLHIV, meeting other persons who were HIV positive. And from a programmatic perspective, we had to expand the multidisciplinary staff to respond to emerging gaps. So we had to look at the social needs. We had to bring in the social workers, the case managers, the psychologists, the psychiatrists, in addition to the basic doctor and nurse who would have been part of the response. So I just want to share on the last slide that beyond storytelling, what else is there for social and behavior change communication? As I indicated, it's one strategy in SBCC. But we have to ensure alignment of message and messenger for consistency and credibility. Whoever it is that's taking the message, we have to strive to ensure that the lifestyle match up as best as possible. We could have some challenges if we have a fallout in that area. We have to ensure that advocacy for policy change to improve access, resources, and the structural changes to create an enabling environment goes along with the storytelling. Because as persons respond and seek to access our services, what is there? We can't come to us with the gaps being there. The engagement of sector leaders for ownership of sectors, for the specific interventions. Ongoing research is the key to strategy development, and we have to make the data relatable, avoid the big thousands and thousands. What exactly does this data mean to me as a man in the street? Monitor and evaluate, and we have to establish our measurements, our indicators, be responsive to change, and we have to aggressively advocate for the funding needed. Thank you.
And to come to clinic, one of the challenges that they face was that there is public resistance and cultural norms that form a barrier to helmet wearing, right? And he said that there is a perception that the helmets restrict personal freedom. Sound familiar to the HIV
yes,
world?
Definitely.
Right?
Yes. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, in terms of probing further, because these are things that aren't necessarily reflected in numbers, what are some of the qualitative research approaches that we could look at to probe further into these situations and stories that might be there?
Okay, so critical to this would be a subgroup of the population that you're trying to reach and to get them in focus group discussions. Very much at the community level or as representative of the group of riders. Who are the persons who ride motorcycle? Who are the motorcyclists? Who are they? How do I get to them? Can I get them in a room to speak about what are the barriers that they encounter? If we think about, for example, along Savlamar, Westmoreland, with the whole bike taxi issue, how have we engaged those bike riders in a focus group discussion? Perhaps we may even want to look at key informant interviews. So within these groups, you may have persons who are seen as leaders, the people look up to them. How is it that I engage this person to get the information from them, or even to get that person to help to recruit persons to the focus group? The small, short interviews, using a recorder, spending 30 minutes or less to get from them. So what are the real challenges that you have with using a helmet? So the key informant interviews, the focus group discussions, very critical. And of course, observation. On a bike stand in Westmoreland, looking at the behaviors. What do you see? And as you observe, you engage. And from that, you'll be better able to find out what are some of the psychological barriers, what are some of the perhaps other access resource barriers that they may be encountering, so that you can in fact then look at how you strategize. What story would you like to tell around this? What other level intervention would be needed in addition to the message that you have out there?
And I think one of the, in terms of research too, something that we often don't think of as project planners and program planners, when we're doing research, we often just we think of extracting information.
Mm-hmm.
I think one critical thing that we recognize that we can do with research is actually engage the community around solutions.
Mm-hmm.
So not to think that the solution is only from us once we get the data, but to recognize that we can actually get those solutions from the communities themselves. And that can be part of our research process.
Yes, that's critical. The participatory action research, where you actually sit with the community, help them to work through. So this is a challenge. But how are we going to solve this? You are the experts. You are the ones involved. Come up with the solutions, and then how we use those solutions to influence others. And from that also, you can get your spokespersons and your messengers as being the ones that would be most relatable in taking the message to the group that you want to reach.
And my last question for you, Dr. Byfield. You spoke about preparing the storyteller. So there were these persons who were living with HIV who were willing to talk, but they had to go through a process of preparation. I know that some of the challenges we might face, particularly with some of the cultures and subcultures among motorcyclists, is that some of these persons may not necessarily be the persons who are going to sit in a fancy hotel room with us and have a long discussion. How do we reach and engage the young people that we see out there who, as we heard from Dr. Jones, are the most vulnerable? Those young men riding their bike without any shin guard, with the slippers and the shorts, without any protection, no license and so on. How do we engage them and prepare them for storytelling? Any ideas?
Okay, so what we did within the HIV program is that we had a very strong interpersonal strategy. Community outreach workers who were recruited from the communities, who would in fact be taking the information within the community. So the CPs and the persons who were actually from the communities, from the groups, would be identified, and they would then be trained up around the message, and they would best be able to relate to the person using the same language that they would be familiar with. So they're not going out there as Ministry of Health officials. They're going out there as fellow members of the group who have in fact recognized, been more cognizant of the risk, and being able to articulate what are some of the real challenges, and then how I can help you at your level to avoid the risk around it. So the interpersonal strategy is very important. On the ground, walking through the community, engaging the men at as I said, wherever they congregate, be it the bars, be it the clubs, be it the taxi stands, wherever, but being able to reach persons at their locations and at their convenient times. So it means it's beyond 9 to 5.
Thank you, Dr. Byfield.
Thank you.
All right, and now to give us a global perspective, we have Kate Turner.
Thank you so much. Oh, and yeah, all right, well, hello everybody. My name is Kate Turner. I represent the FIA Foundation. You should know who we are because our logo is literally on every wall in this room. and I'm going to be talking to you about strategic storytelling and global road safety campaigns. So we'll be touching on a number of different projects that the Foundation has worked on, but more generally giving some practical advice on how storytelling is useful and important in everything that you do. It may seem strange to be told by someone who faffs around with press releases that storytelling is essential, and it's actually what you do every single day, but it's true. It's how you frame programs, it's how you ask for money, how you get commitments from governments, and how you get change from people as well to make sure that everybody has safe and healthy journeys. So to start this off, as everybody is half asleep, I am actually just going to play a film. It's very much the rainy school day approach to things. And this is a global road safety campaign video. And I will come back to you after this. Okay, so as we established, I'm very much covering the global perspective on things, and that probably couldn't cover more global road safety topics if it tried. But the principles of storytelling are all encompassed in this, and as we go through this presentation, I'll be calling back to it, so I hope you were paying attention. As I mentioned, I work for the FIA Foundation, and our work is focused on advocacy, so every journey can be safe, clean, fair, and green. And we do that by supporting programmatic work around the world, which is scalable. So proven examples of things that actually work, things that are changing the streets around the world, and backing that up with research as well, which is in itself a way of telling stories. So we're going to have a little bit of think about what a communication strategy is. Very briefly, I'll touch on who your audiences are. And you will all have multiple audiences, whether you think you do or not. What a narrative is, how do you create one, and how do you support it? And that means using a combination of data and people. And those two pillars together are the things that create the compelling story and also help you shape your call to action, whatever that might be. So first of all, I mentioned that you all have audiences every single day. And it's true. It can be going upwards. It can be you trying to shape conversations with decision makers, the people who are putting in the money, the people who are changing the policies, the people who are enforcing the policies. They can be with partners. They can be internals. So they could be trustees. They could be NGOs talking together. It's very much this room, actually. We're all peers speaking about the same issues and trying to share our approaches. And then more broadly, there's the public approach, which is the thing that people tend to think about communications being focused on the most. And while that is a very important part, and Lovett has very helpfully shown exactly how that kind of wider public outreach works, communication is everything. It's literally everything that we do. So very briefly, what is a narrative? And it's literally just a story. It is, you start here, you go through a struggle, you go through actions, and then you return home changed. So the version that I was going to tell was somebody who wanted to be an Olympian, didn't make it into their Olympic team, they found a new sport, and they managed to make it to the Olympics and returned home an Olympian. And that is, of course, the plot of Cool Runnings, which is very much one of my favorite films, and I felt like the only story I could really tell here. But the narrative is the thing that we tell. It is every single engagement that we have. We are talking about a problem, and we are talking about the solutions to problems, and we are talking about what happens when we enact those solutions. So I said that data is one of the principles of telling a story, and Lovett very kindly was talking about that a lot, and it can mean all different kinds of things. We have the national and regional level data, so World Health Organization data, country by country data, local data, qualitative data, which is where you're actually talking to people and trying to understand what their experiences and what their opinions are, as well as classic quantitative data, the actual numbers, which we've heard so much about during the day. And then there's the question of what the data actually tells us. Is it giving us a baseline from where we start? Is it showing us that something has changed? Is it showing us that everything is staying the same no matter what we do? That is the kind of thing that helps inform the call to action. And then there are the people. And it is very difficult sometimes when we're talking on grand scales to remember that each single dot on a graph can be a person. And in the interests of interactivity, I'm actually going to ask everyone to look around, and if you or one of your people that you love or know has ever been in a crash, a road crash, seriously or otherwise, if you put your hand up. Okay, so if you look around the room, you can see that's about half of us. That's quite a lot, and that's statistics. And then if you look around and you look at each person in the eye, that's a person, that's a story, that's a case study. That is a humanization of our statistics. And fundamentally, that is what we are all doing. We are meant to be working to help individuals, taking a people-centered approach to make sure that everybody can have a safe and healthy journey. So as I said, people and data create a narrative, and that gives you your call to action. What do you want to change, and how do you want to change it? So briefly touching on the types of media that you can use, obviously there are words, and I have many of those. There's radio, there are interviews, you can film yourself, you can use animation, puppets. Puppets are something that TransAid have used in some fantastic campaigning work in the last year. It's all about who you're reaching out to and what is going to land with them. You could have a story in the New York Times, isn't going to change how a boda driver is going to operate their lives. Equally, you could have the most fantastic WhatsApp campaign. That's not going to change how the World Bank does its funding. It's all about thinking about what your audience is and how you talk to them. And then finally, we come to the impact. So there are three key ways that media work. They can inform, which is telling people what is happening. They can advocate, and I obviously couldn't get away without another reference to a famous Jamaican, so there is Ms. Shelley Ann Fraser-Price, right in the center of our Streets for Life campaign, and that is a way to talk about the change that you want to see. And then finally, influence. So here we have our fantastic Kenyan puppets, and here we have the fantastic JN talking to young people, and that's where we're trying to influence individual behavior. They're all part of a communication strategy, they're all part of how we talk to each other, all part of how we deliver change, but they're all very different, and they all have very different impacts. So the final part is really as a guide. When you're thinking about stories that you have, when you've gathered it from all of your partners, when you're looking at the best way to make your case, take your story, filter it down, describe it in one sentence, describe it in one headline, explain why something is happening, talk about the solutions, talk about the thing that you want to change. And then finally, I beg you, talk to somebody who isn't one of us, because we all know what we're talking about, and we can be really boring. Respectfully, we can be very boring. And if we are trying to talk to the wider public, people who aren't interested in this, even though they should, and we are very cool people, and everyone should be really caring about this, they're not going to. Talk to the layperson, try and work out if what you're telling them makes sense, makes them want to change something, and if it doesn't, start again. And here's just an example of a story flow. So you have the call to action, the people, the narrative, the story about what's happened, and then the data. And this is from our Kenyan project last year with the Helmet Coalition, where we produced a report on the economic impact of motorcycle crashes through health and loss of income. So finally, just to recap on what I've said, because it's important to tell people what you're going to tell them, and then tell them again, which is another principle of storytelling. Make sure you know who your audience is. Every conversation you have, every time you want to persuade somebody, that is an audience. That is an opportunity to tell a story. Remember what your narrative is. Remember there's a story as an up and a flow, a progress, and then a future that you want to show. Build in data, make sure it's about people still, and make sure your call to action is really clear. And that is as much as I've got to say, so thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Okay, just 2 questions for you, Kate, as we did for Dr. Byfield. So, in terms of you shared very well with us the power of stories and how important it is. But just thinking back to something that some of our previous panelists had pointed to, so sometimes it's very easy for us as programmers to do storytelling for, like, what we call our community audiences, what we call our beneficiaries. It's easy to tell stories and to engage them and to evoke emotions and so on. But you pointed us very specifically to advocacy. I don't know if there are 1 or 2 pointers you could share with us about what we need to do when we're aiming at the higher ups. We heard from both Belize and I think from Kenya how challenges that we were facing there in terms of getting buy-in for certain changes. Any key tips in terms of using storytelling to reach people at that higher level, the political will or the technocrats?
Absolutely. So the film that you saw at the start of my presentation was from the Streets for Life campaign, which continues on, but that year was focused on low-speed interventions. And so it was a multi-tiered approach. It was a global campaign from WHO and UNICEF right down to individual automobile clubs and NGOs, all focused on the same campaign. In fact, we ended up in Westmoreland and we found one of our signs stuck in an MP's office. So it was really rewarding to see that messaging, that branding filters through. I'd say make sure what you're asking for is very clear. In that case, it was 30-kilometer-per-hour streets. Find a way to build in pressure from above and below. So what you need to see is change, often on a small scale, to show something works, to then push it up to a bigger scale. And a great example of that was in Moldova, where they started this 30-kilometer-per-hour campaign. They managed to get a city mayor on board. They then leveraged that to introduce a pilot scheme. The pilot scheme was successful. It saw significant impact. And that was the Moldovan Automobile Club. And now they have managed to get to the stage where they're introducing 30-kilometre-an-hour limits around schools as a national standard. And it shows an example of where it was an international campaign that went right back down to the grassroots and then pushed up to see change.
Thank you so much, Kate. Thank you very much for a really informative presentation. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I know we are flagging, but we've had 2 great presentations so far, and now we are going to hear from people who are in the trenches, in communities working. So first we're going to hear from our Army veteran. Give it up for him, Mr. Christopher Chappie Atkinson, who is going to tell us about his experiences both as a biker and also as a person who is advocating for motorcycle helmet safety. Take it away, Chappie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. People, you awake? Oh my God. People, you awake? Come on, come on. You have to do better than that. You have to do better than that. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to speak before you today. You're going to be focusing on me. I have no slides. You watch slides all day. No more slides. You're going to be focusing on the storyteller. Special salutations to Mr. Marlon Fletcher, our president of the Jamaica Motorcyclists Association, because I'm telling you, he's the glue that holds together the motorcycle community, especially the sport bikes. I also would like to acknowledge my brothers in arms, my fellow Upshifters Motorcycle Club members in the house who strive to preach helmet awareness. Big up on yourself. And to the JN Foundation, the FIA, Road Safety Council, and the dignitaries in the house, greetings and thank you for having me. People, there's no better way to speak on how storytelling fuels motorcycle safety advocacy than telling one of my own stories. I still remember my first bike, a lightly used bright cherry Honda 600R, black streaks on the side. It had a chrome undertail exhaust, black rims, and red rim tape. You know what I called her? I named her Betty Boop because she reminded me of the cartoon character in the red dress and her black hair. I purchased her with all the money I had saved. So you know what that means? I had zero money for gear. Well, not entirely. I did have a helmet that was 3 times the size of my head. And the only reason I had it is because it got thrown into the deal of the sale of the motorcycle. I did not know what the hell I was doing. I was self-taught in a parking lot, but you couldn't tell me I wasn't Valentino Rossi. My first time out on the road, I was already convinced I am a star rider. I burst onto the scene, scantily dressed in shorts, of course, and sneakers, weaving through traffic confidently until I came upon my first stoplight. I'm telling you, I haphazardly geared down. 3, 2, 1. Now, those days I had no idea you could go into neutral. I squeezed the clutch and I held it tight. But guess what? You know what happened next? A literal carload of girls, trailer load of girl, colloquially speaking. Please translate for Mr. Mexico and El Salvador. Trailer load of girl pulled up next to the light. People, I didn't panic. I played it cool. I made eye contact and gave the cool guy nod. The front passenger, the cutest out of the group, hailed to me and said, "Hey, I like your bike." So I did what any sensible red-blooded man would do. I gave it some revs. People, she obviously wanted me. Suddenly, the light turned green. I hastily released the clutch. The bike lunged forward. Clunk. I stalled the bike. But not just any stall, people. I lost my footing, fell over, burnt my leg, scraped my hand, and couldn't see anything because the helmet was so big, it slid down and covered my eyes. The car of women exclaimed with a mix of laughter and concern as they sped away into the distance. That was almost 16 years ago. But the memory of weaving through the traffic without proper safety routine and then falling to the ground while the girlies giggled reminds me why motorcycle safety is personal, not just procedural. Let me say that again, write that down. Motorcycle safety is personal, not just procedural. So let's talk about it. The power of storytelling in road safety. We talk a lot about data, accident rates, helmet usage, traffic laws, but what truly shifts behavior is emotion. People rarely remember statistics, but they do remember stories. Stories that feel real, reflect their lives, and make them think, that could be me. We all do believe in proper education as a tool in fixing these issues. And we all know enforcement is also a necessity in highlighting road safety. But what we're missing is emotion. Because emotion moves people. When we tell stories, real stories about real riders, people pay attention. When a biker shares how he got hit and how a helmet saved him, that sticks. When a mother explains why she made her teenage son wear a helmet every single day, that inspires. The goal is not to scare people, but to connect. And once that connection is made, they begin to believe in the why behind the rules. Belief is what drives behavior change. Campaigns that change habits are the ones that show real riders, not models, but real people talking about close calls, their regrets, their good choices, and their bad choices despite peer pressure. When I saw riders like me sharing their stories, I listened. It made me focus on gear. It made me slow down at that blind corner. And it also encouraged me to speak up when I saw unsafe behavior. This is how we capture culture and communities. We have to work with communities to build better safety narratives. Effective road safety storytelling isn't created in the boardroom. Let me say that again. Effective road safety storytelling isn't created in a boardroom. It comes from the streets. Those who are directly or indirectly pounding the pavement on a regular basis. We don't do it for communities. We do it with communities. And here's how we're going to do it. First, number one, let's start with listening. Host story circles or rider forums. Ask the riders, what made you feel unsafe? What made you change your behavior? Real stories fuel real change. 2, let's include all voices. Women riders, delivery bikers, rural riders, all have unique challenges and insights. Inclusion isn't just moral, it's strategic. 3, make it relatable. Use real people in their environments, local roads, familiar traffic. Authenticity builds trust. Collaborate with local influencers, finally. Not just online influencers, but community leaders, riding groups, mechanics, and even taxi motor drivers. They carry influence far beyond what ads can buy. By doing this, we can showcase pride and resilience within the local culture. Now, one mistake we make in safety campaigns is painting danger without dignity. But riders aren't just victims. They're resilient, resourceful, and proud. We need to start reflecting that. When a campaign shows a delivery rider who wears a helmet because he wants to be there for his children, or a young woman biker proudly navigating the city traffic because she believes in her right to mobility, that's powerful. That's behavior change with dignity. Celebrate not just caution, but courage. Not just the risks, but the resilience of those who choose safety every day despite difficult circumstances. I personally know a few that ride motorcycles not because they love it, but it's what they can afford. It's more convenient to their daily struggle. Bikers navigate potholes, rain, reckless drivers. Some ride to feed their families. Some ride because they can't afford to stop. That takes courage. So why do so many safety campaigns only show fear and failure? We need stories that uplift, not just serve as cautionary tales. We need stories that show the pride in putting on a helmet, the honor in riding responsibly, the love behind slowing down so you can come home safe. We need stories that show that in every corner of every city or village, safety is an act of resilience. And resilience is something to celebrate, not just survive. So let me leave you with this, ladies and gentlemen. Behind every rider is a reason to come home. Behind every choice is a chance to protect a life. Let's stop preaching and start connecting. Let's stop blaming and start listening. Let's stop waiting for change and let's ride towards it. Story by story, voice by voice, community by community. Because this isn't just about motorcycles. This is about dignity. This is about inclusion. This is about saving lives with stories that speak to the soul. Let's live these stories. Let's ride towards a future where safety is not just a policy, it's a shared culture. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we could have asked for anything more. We got all the technical guidance about what storytelling is, how important it is. We got the tips and guidance on how to do effective storytelling. But here we now have the embodiment of good storytelling, right? Somebody actually telling us his story, but more than that, also telling us from the ground, from the fields, what is needed, what we need to do in storytelling, right? Some of the concerns that we spoke about earlier that came up in previous presentations and discussions about people's resistance, cultural norms, some of them were answered right here in terms of what we need to do. We need to get into the trenches. We need to speak to all these different groups of people who make up our audience and get from them what they need. Understand their realities and not just make assumptions. So one question that I want to ask you, Chappie, before you sit and make way for Selwyn, is can you tell us, based on your experience in a club and also your involvement as a member of the coalition, what is one story that you have heard from a biker or a biker's family that has really stood out to you as something you may not have known before or thought of before or seen before, in terms of something you heard from a biker that really stood out to you as something that you really learned from in terms of people's experience? Can you think of one?
Honestly, I have many, but I'm just going to use the latest because the latest is one that hit close to home to not me personally, but also members of the Upshifters Motorcycle Club, where we had a member crash. And that member, and if you could ask any of my fellow members here in the club, refused to wear a helmet. No matter what, no matter how much we tried, no matter how much we begged him, he would just straight out say, hey, listen, man, I'm a big man. I'm my own man. I don't need to wear a helmet. And for some strange reason, that day he went on his motorcycle and he was heading somewhere and he left his house, stopped, turned around, put on his helmet, then went upon his journey, and then crashed. Broke arm, legs, multiple bones, smashed. And the only thing that saved his life was that helmet. And it just goes to show that how, don't be afraid to give good peer pressure. Don't be afraid to not be that cool friend just because you don't want to be annoying to your friend. If you see something wrong, let them know. Because due to us constantly pressuring him and bothering him, that rang in his mind. And that let him put on that helmet in the last minute, and that saved his life. So that's a perfect example.
Thank you so very much for that story. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, and finally, so we've heard from Jamaica in terms of somebody working in the trenches on the ground. Now we're going to hear from Selwyn, who is going to share Trinidad's experience with us in terms of what is happening there and also some of the initiatives that have been taken. Selwyn, over to you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Firstly, thank you for being here. It's a great honor to be able to present to you today. Storytelling. I have a couple stories for you today. First story is, get my slides. Okay. Yeah. Wrong story. All right, I'll in the meantime, while they're loading up my PowerPoint. So first story is the story of the Trinidad and Tobago Automobile Association. I'm the Secretary General for the club. The TTA has been around since 1911. This year we made 115 years old. We are one of the oldest bodies in Trinidad and Tobago, proudly to say that. We were the first organization to bring defensive driving to the country. We were instrumental in the first street light in the country. We are as far back as providing road service where road service was done on bicycles in the country. So we have a rich history. Right, second story I wanted to share with you is a personal one. Some years ago, about 10 years ago, I had this friend, and it's a group of friends really, and their younger brother. He was 17 years old. In Trinidad, our culture is we like to lime. I don't know if you all ever heard the term before, but liming is something like partying and then going out to have a good time. So a group of him and his friends, they went out to lime one night. And on the way home, returning home, unfortunately, they got into an accident and they ran off the road. The car, they were trapped inside the car and the car caught on fire, and sorry to say that was the end. 3 lives lost. With that being said, this would have taken me into my presentation, but I'll continue still. With that being said, the next thing would have been the topics I would have been covering today was, first one would have been statistics. I know we talked a lot about statistics earlier today, but understanding statistics in the country and statistics for everything, it's an integral part of being able to tell a story. You need to know what is happening and being able to use that information of knowing how to tell the story, what to go after, and what to go into the story about it. I wish I had my slides. Yeah. Okay, so generally from what I can remember, I can't remember the technical parts of the slides, but generally there was a steady decrease in road fatalities and accidents in Trinidad and Tobago up until 2022. For pandemic, it was the lowest it ever went to, but it started to increase again. So up till 2024, to today's date, 2025, we are back up. The biggest increase we saw in all the different categories in terms of motor cars, motorcycles, everything, it's motorcycles that seen more accidents or road fatalities. The biggest group of fatalities or accidents is actually pedestrians. So pedestrians first, then motor cars second, passengers third, and then the motorcycles. We don't have as much motorcycles as motor cars in Trinidad. We have about over 1 million cars in Trinidad. All right. That called the iSafe program. Where we did a rehabilitation program of the street signs, the amber lights, the zebra crosswalkings, signs on the street, designated drop-off points, making it safer in the designated school zones in and around the concentrated areas. And then we went into schools to talk to the students about being safer on the road, being a better pedestrian, teaching the teachers how to be safer at the schools for the students in and around the school. Community engagement, road safety workshops, the TTPS also together with the licensing authorities, they set up points on the roadways where they advertise to the public where they would go and allow drivers to come to the points where they would be able to tell them where is safe and where is not safe, if they're breaking any rules, breaking any, if their cars are safe, if they're breaking any laws. Training programs, we have many training programs in Trinidad. Oh, great. So that's going to skip ahead. Right. So training programs, we have a lot of training programs in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the programs we do at the TTA also is the Defensive Driving Motion Simulator program. We have motion simulators where we take students, we teach them how to drive better on the road, defensive driving, and we even take them into schools. So we made it interactive with use of technology, and they get a lot more out of it in a real life safe environment. Events such as for example, next month we are doing we're doing a motorcade for safe driving and also a treasure hunt. So we do an annual treasure hunt every year. The treasure hunt, basically we have over 100 cars attending with lots of passengers, kids, families. And this year, an initiative we are starting for Safer on the Road, it's integrating the FIA Smart Driver Challenge app, where we can track the drivers and make sure they are not breaking any laws, driving safe on the road, tracking their gas consumption, make sure they're not speeding, example like that. Partnerships, community engagement. Okay, so next slide you'll see the picture with the motion simulators and then the graphics how we advertised for the classrooms. And also we developed our very own defensive driving course handbook. Right, so partnerships, government collaborations, we work closely with the Ministry of Works and Transport, the licensing division, the transport division. Corporate sponsorships, we work a lot with big companies where we train their fleets. We also do something where with say the larger water bottle companies, we do road safety messages on the water bottle companies. Regional and international support, well, of course, today is regional support, together with the FIA Foundation international support. Use of digital media, social media campaigns. We, throughout the country, various NGOs, together with the ministry, the government bodies, we do many different social media campaigns, graphics, videos, so on. Interactive engagements. This is where we make we do quizzes and stuff online. A simple thing like those who have license, a lot of people don't even know the laws of the road. They would get a license, but they forget laws of the road. And we would do simple things as quizzes online to remind them and ask a quiz of a simple thing. And most of the time people get it wrong. They don't even know the law of the road. So the quiz is a good way of being interactive with people and getting them to learn all over again the correct law of the road. Influencer collaborations. Sometimes we use the local influencers, TikTok, Instagram, local influencers come together. We make like a video skit, which I'll be showing shortly, the one we did recently, and related to culture, age diversity, and all the demographics. All right, let's move on to. Yeah. All right, for some reason the video isn't showing. I'll just talk about it a little bit, right? The video skit is basically about these 5 friends coming together. It's all the popular social media influencers in the country of different ages, different backgrounds, both male, female. It's basically about a group of people liming together at this bar. Their friend had a little too much to drink. They begged him not to leave, but he insisted he had to leave and drive home. It started off in this bar, and he left, and he never reached home. The scene ended in the cemetery with the rest of friends are gathered around the cemetery grave. Now, storytelling, you would have heard me tell the story about my friend earlier, and storytelling, and Christopher would have said it earlier, emotions play a big part in storytelling, connecting to what actually happened. And through that, with the age bracket, because a lot of young people like to lie on the road, drinking and driving, this is the major age bracket for road fatalities and problems on the road. So that would have been the video. Right? Connecting to the TNT motorcyclist culture, we basically have 3 different cultures in Trinidad and Tobago. We have the cruisers, the sports, and the off-road. So, believe it or not, every single motorcycle group has its own culture in our country. So the cruisers are the guys who usually do it for leisure, for recreation. They don't be on the road regularly at all. You would more see them come out on a Sunday evening, going for a ride, Sunday morning, heading to the beach. They would always choose a location and head to it. That's it. No speeding, no dangerous riding, proper safety gear, everything. The sports guys are a little different. They sometimes rules don't apply to them. So they are all over the road. They come out mainly at night, doing the most amount of top speed possible. One thing I must say, most people I see always wear a helmet. I can't say if it's buckled or not, but most of the time it is helmet. It's the helmet, they wear their helmet and safety gear. However, in Trinidad, there is a standard for the helmets. However, it's not enforced. So there's a lot of copies coming into the country, and people, because of price, they end up choosing the cheaper copies, and it's not safer, especially with the sports guys. They run into problems when they come off the road. Well, yeah. The off-road group, which is the autocross and the ATVs, UTVs, they are not so much on the road. They do more off-road stuff. You would see some autocross on the road very, very rarely, but most of them are not licensed for the road, so that is purely for recreation and leisure. Most of them don't use helmets, but it's strictly for the beach, some mud. Whoever the more extreme, they will wear safety. So how do we build motorcyclist trust in Trinidad and Tobago? Using stories. First, I talk about statistics. So we identify the issues using statistics. The cultural relevance. If well, if I could have shown the video, we would have seen how the video related to culture of people liming, going to a bar, drinking, wanted to drive to go home, and then ending up in problems. So related to the culture, to the age groups, to the demographics, visible diversity in campaigns, being able to target these specific audiences, as I said, with the motorcycles, there are the cruisers, the sports, the off-road, so being able to target the direct groups. And then respecting each culture, because each culture has its own way of how they do things, and you have to respect that. We can't, just because one motorbike does something, we can't condemn all of them for it. So being able to build that respect for each culture, creating a brotherhood, creating a community, and using these stories to tell their story and be able to connect to them. And finally, one last point that is not there is being able to train them on it. One last story, which is, before I came to here, I spoke to one of my friends who was a motorcyclist. And he races motorcycles on the road. Well, not on the road, sorry, on the track. And his view of motorcycles in Trinidad is he's afraid to ride on the road. That was his story to tell. He's afraid to ride on the road. He preferred to ride on a track than ride on the road in Trinidad. One of the main reasons is it's not safe. He went out recently and going through a green light, another car broke the light and ran into him. Not his fault. Good thing he had on proper protective wear. But he was down for a couple months. So the real riders and them, they are afraid sometimes. According to what he says also, there are a lot of riders who, it's easy to get a license in Trinidad, but there's no proper training for high-speed riding. And most of the times when they get the license, it's in a controlled environment with slow riding. But these guys now, they go out, buy the fast bikes, and automatically get put behind the seat of a fast bike. And they have no experience with it. So that is my presentation today, my storytelling. Sorry about the slides earlier, but yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Selwyn, and sorry for the little glitch with the slides too. The one question I would probably ask you, so you spoke a lot about the outreach work that you do in schools, in communities, in the partnerships that the association has. If you were, based on everything that we've discussed today and some of the things that you've raised, if you were to look at one critical issue relating to motorcyclists that you would want to raise at an advocacy level with policymakers, would you be able to say one important thing that you think needs to be changed with respect to motorcyclists for better safety for motorcyclists that needs to be raised at that level, at the policy level? Could you identify one?
Well, one thing would be the use of the standards of the helmets, because there is a standard in our rules and regulations. However, it's not enforced. Okay. So there are a lot of helmets coming into the country that there's no check on it.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much, Selwyn.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you so much for your patience and your time in staying with us on panel 3. I think one of the things that we heard from all our panelists is really the importance of understanding and listening. So yes, it's about storytelling, but in order to be effective storytellers, we really have to get those stories straight from the horse's mouth. We have to listen to communities, we have to understand and respect the differences in culture, even within the motorcyclists. And it's very important because all of us in here, we are committed to safety, we are committed to protecting the most vulnerable from everything that we've said. But we also have to understand that out there are other stories. There is a counter narrative that says when you see a crash, when you see in the newspapers about a crash about a motorcyclist, yes, I saw them little young boy, I saw them just careless and no, do nothing. And Selwyn's story shows us that, you know, there are challenges that motorcyclists face, and there is very often a perception and a narrative out there that it is all their fault, that they are being careless, that they are not doing this and they are not doing that. But it's important to listen, to understand their stories, and then be able to craft effective responses with them. So I'm hoping that we take away from this the importance of stories in helping us understand and work with others for solutions. Thank you very much on behalf of Panel 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, I echo your gratitude, and we would like to show you tangibly. So I'm going to ask, no, not Omar Sharif this time, but Marlon Fletcher, a member of the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, to come and make presentations of our gratitude. While those presentations are made, I would like to remind you, if you already know, whether you're here with us or online, or inform you in case you didn't know, that tomorrow's panels are going to be equally interesting. So tomorrow we will hear about the social and economic impact of motorcycle helmet safety. And we'll have also the symbolic signing of an MOU on global road safety partnership with the Jamaica Constabulary Force. We will be having a panel that looks at best practices and solutions. And that panel will be hosted by a lady who was quiet all through today, but upfront listening, paying keen attention as she gets set for that role tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Paula Fletcher, Executive Director for the National Road Safety Council, is with us, and we're going to see her hosting that panel on best practices and solutions tomorrow. We're also going to be seeing on a panel tomorrow the president of the FIA Motor Club. So we know about the FIA as the international body governing motorsport. And the FIA has clubs around the world. And the JAA, the Jamaica Automobile Association, is one of those clubs. We saw the president earlier. He assisted with our presentations. Also one of those clubs is the Jamaica Millennium Motoring Club, and Stephen Gunter has been another quiet participant over there with us all through today. Good to see you, Stephen. So I hope I got the name right. Was it Frank Fotia? I think it's Fotia, ¿no? ¿Es correcto? Sí. Muchas gracias, señor. We're going to be hearing more from Aggie as well. She has a special presentation for us tomorrow. So much done today, so much more to come. And we are so happy that you were able to come either in person or online and join us for what it was that we achieved today. So I'd like to say a special thank you to all our presenters, our speakers, and for those of you that just participated in whatever way you did. We look forward to having you with us as we continue the conversation tomorrow here at Heads Up, our regional think tank for the National Helmet Wearing Coalition, put on by the FIA Foundation and the JN Foundation. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow.